John, can I see you for a second, please? Thanks. Good evening, everyone. The council meeting of June 27th, 2011 will now come to order. Please turn off all cell phones for the duration of the meeting, and will the city clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Natal. Mayor Pro Tem Snyder.
Here?
Ma'am, if you press your flashing button.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Moreno.
Here.
Councilman Benson. Councilwoman Carson. Councilwoman Teeter.
Here?
Councilman Diaz.
Here.
Councilman McEldowney.
Here.
Councilman Bullock.
Here.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, you have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Will the audience please rise for a moment of silence and then join us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance?
And in the moment of silence, if we could remember the victim at the Three Amigos accident. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, staff will pass around a microphone, and council invites the audience to please introduce themselves.
Pam Spratler.
Betty Thomas.
Danny Thomas.
Patsy Agee.
Ken A.G.
John Carson.
Ellen Haug.
Greg Mayer.
Guillermo Serna.
Karen Vaughn.
Joy Bishop.
Gene Leffel.
Michelle Rogers, City Manager's Office.
Lynn Hallowell.
Jason Leslie, Finance.
Cheryl Karstens, Finance.
Sarah Kurtz, Ide Bailey.
Roger Tinklenberg, Finance. John Howard, Information Technology.
Carolyn Keith, Parks and Recreation.
Greg Clements, Public Works.
Carol Haar.
Michelle Hill, Economic Development.
Ms. Ryan Cordero, Government Relations.
Phil Baca, Chief of Police.
Brittany Morris, Director of Economic Development.
Ed Burgett.
Gloria McKinney.
Is that everybody? Great. Welcome. Thanks for being here this evening. Tonight, the first thing we have is a Play Day proclamation, and I would ask Carolyn Keith to please come forward, read the proclamation, and present it. Carolyn, if you'd come forward. Thank you.
The proclamation reads, whereas play is a valuable part of a child's healthy development and is a crucial factor in the overall well-being of children as well as people of all ages, and whereas a productive, healthy, and physically fit child becomes a socially competent and productive adult, and whereas children who play do better in school and develop cognitive skills that are linked to learning and academic performance, and whereas unstructured, unplanned, spontaneous, and self-motivated play is on the decline, and it is important to reverse that trend, and whereas the City of Commerce City acknowledges that children are one of our most important resources and that we must promote and ensure safe and accessible play spaces for all children as well as people of all ages, and whereas we encourage children as well as people of all ages to spend time outside in parks, trails, and playgrounds with their families and friends, and whereas the City of Commerce City will join Playful Cities USA in celebrating Play Day and a special Play Day activities will be held throughout the city, including Fourth Fest at Dick's Sporting Goods Park on July 3rd. Now therefore, I, Tracy Snyder, Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, do hereby proclaim Sunday, July 3rd, 2011, as Play Day in the City of Commerce City, and encourage all citizens to participate on this Play Day in an effort to continue to support and maintain play spaces and playgrounds for the well-being of this and future generations, in an effort to preserve a quality community for a lifetime and promote active living and healthy lifestyles, dated Commerce City, Colorado, this 27th day of June, 2011.
Okay. 2 public comment rosters were made available at the table to the entrance to council chambers for those who wish to address the council.
Excuse me?
Yes.
We need a motion
Oh,
to
we
accept
do need
the
that, don't we? Would
proclamation.
someone like to
Thank
make a
you.
motion to accept the proclamation? Councilman McEldowney?
Move to approve the Play Day proclamation.
Councilwoman Teeter?
Second the motion?
It's been moved and seconded to approve the proclamation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, proclamation passes, and thank you, Ms. Bauer, for that reminder. Now we'll move on to citizen communication. The first name I have on the list is Ken Agee. I'm sorry, Agee. Come forward, please, sir. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Ken Agee. I live at 10461 Pagosa Street. And the reason I'm here tonight is that I found out just yesterday that there's a proposal to put a 24-inch natural gas line into our neighborhood. And so tonight, before I came here, I looked online, did a quick Google search just to see what this was all about, how it might benefit me and my neighbors, because this is certainly something that wasn't there when we purchased the property. Well, doing a Google search on a 24-inch natural gas pipeline.
Excuse me, sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think Mr. Gaylor wants to weigh in real quickly on this.
No, Mr. Agee, this item is already on the agenda, so it'd be appropriate for you to wait until that item comes up, and then bring forth any questions or concerns you have.
I thought the same.
Just so you know, citizens' communications is generally for something that is not on the agenda, so we welcome your comments when that item comes
Well, I
up.
didn't want to miss an opportunity to
Well,
talk
that's
to you,
good.
okay?
Good to see you tonight, though.
I appreciate you coming forward, sir, and we'll be happy to hear from you soon. Sorry about that. Jean Leffel?
Gene Leffel, 6530 Brighton Boulevard, the Garden Terrace subdivision established in 1922, part of Commerce City. I also wanted to comment just very briefly regarding the pipeline, just to remind people about the meeting.
Excuse me, sorry, Jean, but again, Mr. Gaylor?
Just to remind people about the meeting.
It's appropriate. I've already talked to Mr. Leffel
Okay.
about citizens' communication.
Okay, go ahead,
And the items
Gene.
he's going to discuss are appropriate.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Jean.
I just wanted to remind the people about the meeting Wednesday night, June 29th at Stewart Middle School. And if you need more information regarding the address, I have that information also.
Great.
Well, that's all I had to say about the pipeline.
Okay.
I also wanted to bring it to people's attention. This is not directly in our city, but certainly within our growth boundary, and someday will be in Commerce City. And this is the medical waste treatment facility going in on Brighton Road. I spoke about this very briefly last week, and I'd like to remind people that on July 14th, there will be a hearing up at the Adams County Building, and then again on July 27th, there'll be another hearing. This facility is to treat medical waste. Some people would consider it hazardous medical waste, and I haven't heard too much said in regards to this. I think it's something people should know about. This eventually will be in Commerce City, this facility. And I'd just like to let people know, if they have something to say, they need to get up around and start saying it right now, because once it's already here, then we're kind of stuck with it. And I know that we've had a lot of waste facilities and that kind of things dumped on our city, and I'm not sure this is something we really want, to be treating hazardous medical waste near the Wickiup Trailer Park, the DuPont, and Monaco neighborhoods, where there are thousands of residents in the immediate vicinity of this proposed facility. In the event something should happen to go wrong there, that could really make a big problem. And I think people just need to be made aware of this situation that's coming to town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Bullock, if you could address your comments to Mr. Gaylor or City Manager Flannery, that'd be great.
Okay. Mr. Gaylor or City Manager Flannery, do you know the exact address of this waste treatment plant?
We have it on the notice here. So that proposed location is 8620 Brighton Road.
8620 Brighton Road.
Right.
Thank you.
Is that all, Mr. Bullock?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Councilman Moreno.
Mr. Gaylor or Mr. Flannery, the meetings on the 14th and the 27th, are those formal public hearings, or are they just to solicit comment from the community?
They're formal public hearings being held by the county.
Thank you.
Councilman Benson. Please turn on your microphone. Thank you.
This is nothing more than an example of another entity wanting to dump their waste in Commerce City. And I would ask that we instruct our management team to see what they can do about getting something done about this, and trying to let people know that this is no longer a place where you can come and dump your waste products. Because it's happened all too often, and it's just another example of that, in my opinion.
Thank you. Does anyone else have anything? Nothing? Okay. That's all we have for citizen communication.
Madam
Yes.
Mayor
City
Pro Tem.
Manager,
I don't know if she's still here. Yes, she is. I'd like to just have all of us give a round of applause and thanks to Lynn Hollowell for her service to the city. Her last night's tonight.
Absolutely.
Lynn is leaving to wetter territory up in northwestern U.S. and Seattle, to be specific.
A lot wetter.
They have better coffee, although it's the same coffee I think we get. So,
Well, Lynn, you've been great, and you've helped us out a tremendous amount, so thank you so much for everything that you've contributed to Commerce City, and I'm sure all of the council wishes you all the very best in your future endeavors. So thank you again, Lynn. Good luck. There are 3 sets of minutes before council this evening for approval. The first set of minutes are the minutes for the meeting of May 2nd, 2011. Before voting on the minutes of May 2nd, I will need a motion to allow Councilwoman Carson and myself to abstain from voting because of our excused absences, and Councilman Diaz because he was not a seated member of the council until the meeting of June 13th, 2011. Councilman McEldowney.
So moved.
Councilman Benson.
I will second it. I've also got a comment to make.
Okay, well, let's get to that part here in just a minute, and I'll call on you for that comment, okay? There's been a motion and a second to allow Councilman Carson, myself, and Councilman Diaz to abstain from the minutes of May 2nd. Is there any discussion? Councilman Benson.
Well, as far as abstaining, no discussion on that issue.
Okay, then. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Councilwoman Teeter.
Are you ready for the motion? Okay, move approval of the regular meeting minutes of May 2nd, 2011.
Councilman Moreno.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilman Benson?
Yes. On page 10 of 95, it says that I reported that CDOT is considering widening the eastbound tunnel of the Eisenhower Tunnel, and that's not It's the eastbound tunnel of the Idaho Springs twin tunnels, not the Eisenhower tunnel.
Mr. Gaylor?
I would suggest then that we just make those changes administratively, so you don't have to go through the motion amending the minutes. We'll make the corrections, because there's no dispute about that being an accurate request.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay, is that amenable, Mr. Benson?
I'm
You
sorry?
okay with that?
Oh, I'm fine with that, yes.
Okay, anyone else on council have any issue with that? Okay. I would like a voice vote at this time. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Meeting minutes of May 2nd, 2011 are passed. The second set of minutes before council this evening are the minutes of the meeting of May 9th, 2011. Before voting on the minutes of May 9th, I need a motion to allow Councilman Diaz to abstain from voting because he was not a seated member of the council until the June 13th, 2011 meeting. Councilman McEldowney. Councilman Moreno.
Second the motion.
Thank you, sir. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion passes. Do I have a motion? Councilman McEldowney.
Move to approve the meeting minutes of May 9.
Councilman Moreno.
Second the motion.
Okay. I have a motion and a second to approve the meeting's minutes of May 9th, 2011. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Meeting minutes of May 9th, 2011 are passed. The third set of minutes before council this evening are the minutes for the meeting of June 6, 2011. Before voting on the minutes of June 6th, I'm doing a motion to allow Councilman Diaz to abstain from voting because he was not a seated member of the council until June 13th, 2011. Councilwoman Teeter.
So moved.
Councilman McEldowney.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to allow Councilman Diaz to abstain from voting. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All righty then. Councilwoman Carson.
Oh, I had to sign to make the motion, sorry.
Well, you're on for the motion, ma'am.
For June 6th?
For June 6th. Can you turn your mic on, honey, please? Thanks. I don't hear you.
Can you hear me
There
now?
you go, better.
Motion to approve the minutes from the regular meeting of June 6th.
Thank you. Councilman McEldowney?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the meeting minutes of June 6, 2011. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Meeting minutes of June 6, 2011 are approved. There are four resolutions on the council agenda tonight that require separate voice vote. The first two resolutions are the result of City Council's program for business incentives. They are Resolutions 2011-27, a resolution approving incentive agreement for Oneida Cold Storage, and 2011-39, a resolution approving incentive agreement for the Continental World Leasing Real Estate LLC. I will now ask City Manager Flannery to please invite the staff that will be coming forward with these two resolutions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. I'd like to bring Brittany Morris, Economic Development Director, to introduce staff.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Snyder and City Council. Brittany Morris, Director of Economic Development, and I am going to introduce Michelle Hill, our official program administrator for the incentive program, but quickly wanted to remind everyone in the audience and watching at home that the program does end September 1st, 2011, so please get your incentive applications in. And also wanted to quickly mention and thank the communications team, as we will be mentioned in a future Colorado Real Estate Journal article about our incentive program and promoting opportunities in that. So just wanted to quickly mention it. Be on the lookout for that. And with that, I will introduce Michelle Hill. Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany. Good evening, Ms. Hill.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Tonight I come before you with two resolutions for approval of incentives for two closely held companies. The first one is Resolution 2011-27 for Oneida Cold Storage Company, LLP, and the second is Resolution 2011-39 for Continental World Leasing Real Estate, LLC. Both of these companies are located at 8001 East 88th Avenue here in Commerce City. Continental World Leasing is the company that owns the building. It is a cold food storage warehouse and distribution facility, and Oneida Cold Storage is the primary lessee for the company, for the facility. Both of these companies are primarily owned by Stan Average, and that's why we're presenting them together. Continental World Leasing, that owns the facility, is doing a massive expansion to the building. The building is currently just under 300,000 square feet, and they're adding about 140,000 square feet. So it's a very considerable addition that will include freezer areas, refrigerated truck docks, and general office facilities. A number of the construction components going into this expansion are energy-efficient components. Oneida Cold Storage, the major lessee, is also doing a large capital investment equal to approximately $1.7 million for additional equipment that will include forklifts, other mobile equipment, blast freezers, storage racks, computer equipment, office furniture, and lockers for their employees. They plan to also create 8 new full-time jobs. The capital investment for the expansion of the facility, I didn't mention, is $13.2 million approximately. So the total capital investment that Mr. Average's companies are investing is nearly $15 million. So tonight we would like to request incentives for these combined projects as a project of economic development significance. For the program that was approved last May, that is for a project that demonstrates capital investment of at least $10 million, and this combined is $15 million. Normally, the rebate on an existing business incentive would be 10% of the sales and use tax that applies to the capital investment. Tonight, we would like to ask for that to be increased to 50%, which is allowed under the program. As a result, the total estimated incentive for Continental World Leasing would be $181,055, and for Oneida Cold Storage, $31,849. The total estimated incentives for these two companies is $2,012,904. An important note is that in the incentive agreements, it is identified that if the total capital investment after audit should be identified to be less than $10 million, and therefore it's no longer qualified as a project of economic development significance, that incentive would be reduced to 25% of their sales and use tax to accommodate the existing business incentive of 10%, but also give them credit for the significant components that are green or energy efficient that are going into the new construction. I'd like to open it up for questions at this time before you approve.
Anyone have any discussion? Councilman Benson.
You know, I don't have any questions. I just think it's great that our Economic Development Department is working to retain new businesses and to get them to expand within Commerce City. We're adding investment in the city, we're adding employees, and good job.
Thank you, sir.
I would have to agree. I think that your department's doing a wonderful job. I really think that, together it was a great decision to extend this out until September, just in case anyone wants to get in. And it gave us opportunities at ICSC to provide a more open window for individuals that wanted to come forward. And I would encourage any business out there that's thinking about coming forward that they do so immediately. Contact your department and get the ball rolling. Councilman McEldowney.
Would just echo the comments, and I'm prepared to make a motion if there are no other comments.
Are you on? Okay. All right, if there's no more discussion, I will entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2011-27. Councilman McEldowney.
So moved.
Councilwoman Teeter.
Second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve Resolution 2011-27. Is there any further discussion? If not, the city attorney, please read the title.
Title of Resolution 2011-27 reads, Resolution Approving Incentive Agreement for Oneida Cold Storage Company, LLP.
Thank you, sir. May I have a voice vote, please? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you. Resolution 2011-27 passes. I will now entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2011-39. Councilman McEldowney.
So moved.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Diaz.
Second the motion.
Thank you, sir. It has been moved and seconded to approve Resolution 2011-39. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will the city attorney please read the title?
Title of Resolution 2011-39 reads, Resolution Approving Incentive Agreement for Continental World Leasing Real Estate, LLC.
Thank you, sir. May I have a voice vote, please? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you. Resolution 2011-39 passes. Thank you, ladies, and thanks to your department for an outstanding job that you continue to do. Next, there are two resolutions, both approving memorandums of understanding, one between the City of Commerce City and Adams County School District 14 regarding the Flat 14ers Initiative, and other between the City of Commerce City and Brighton School District 27J regarding the Flat 14er Initiative. I will now ask City Manager Jerry Flannery to invite staff to come forward to discuss these two resolutions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I'd like to ask Carolyn Keith, Parks and Recreation Director, to come to the podium.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Carolyn.
Mayor Pro Tem Snyder, members of City Council, I'm here this evening to share with you information regarding the Flat 14er Initiative and the resolutions authorizing the joint memorandum of understanding with Adams County School District 14 and School District 27J. I wanted to take just a brief moment to share with you regarding the Flat 14ers Initiative. Earlier this year, staff was invited as part of a metro area initiative through the Tri-County Health Department, specifically the Communities Putting Prevention to Work, a grant that was provided as part of the America on the Move initiative, which is where the Flat 14ers program came from. The city, as well as the school districts, with other school districts in the Adams, Arapahoe, and Douglas counties, are electing to participate in the Flat 14ers initiative. And the Flat 14ers initiative is a program partnering with Tri-County Health, with school districts and park and recreation agencies, that is designed to help fight child obesity, basically to increase activity in the outdoors, whether it's on our trails, our parks, facilities that are nearby the school districts. With School District 14, we're looking at the use of Pioneer Park, the Prairie Gateway Open Space, as well as the Kearney Middle Schools and the Adams City Middle School. With 27J, we are looking to use our Second Creek, Greenway, River Run Park, Stewart Middle School, and the Second Creek Elementary School. And what the Flat 14er program is about, it's setting up a program where kids can walk trails or in parks, routes that we have set up that will simulate the distance to climb a 14er here in Colorado. And what we'll have on our trails, we'll actually have this marked out so they know which peak that once they reach so many laps, that's the peak that they will climb. And the whole idea is to encourage their activity, and maybe someday they will aspire to actually climb that 14er. And the one thing I just wanted to mention really quickly that I think is really unique about our Prairie Gateway Open Space, if you've had a chance to be up at the Overlook, as all of you know, kids will actually be able to see on a clear day some of those peaks that they will be aspiring to climb. So the entire program is about this initiative of active living and healthy lifestyles, and we're targeting specifically children in our community. So with that, I would ask your consideration of the resolutions and memorandums of understanding with both school districts.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have discussion by council? Councilwoman Teeter, are you up for a motion or a discussion?
Motion.
Okay, I have several of you on the board. Does anyone want a discussion on this issue? Motion? Is there anyone? Just raise your hand if you're on the board for discussion. No? Councilman McEldowney.
Thank you for the background. It's helpful to have that extra explanation about the effort. I think it's a great way to have put in context for kids the distance that it takes to get to the top of a peak like that. Mm-hmm. So often you find out about kids who grew up in Colorado and have never made it to the mountains, never been skiing, don't have those opportunities, and so this is a way to put in context that's really near to them, what those distances are like, and at least get them outside. So hopefully with accomplishing some of these flat goals, they can, as you said, aspire to reach one of these peaks at some future point. So thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else for discussion? No? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the first resolution, 2011-32. Councilwoman Teeter.
Yes, I will gladly move to approve Resolution 2011-32.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Bullock.
I second that.
It has been moved and seconded to approve Resolution 2011-32. Any further discussion? Seeing none, will the city attorney please read the title?
Title of Resolution 2011-32 reads, Resolution Approving Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Commerce City and Adams County School District 14 regarding the Flat 14ers Initiative.
Thank you, sir. May I have a voice vote, please? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you. I will now entertain a motion to approve the second resolution, 2011-38. Councilman McEldowney?
Move to approve Resolution 2011-38.
Thank you. Councilman Bullock?
I second that.
Thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded to approve Resolution 2011-38. Is there anyone with any discussion? Seeing none, will the city attorney please read the title?
Title reads, Resolution Approving Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Commerce City and Brighton School District 27J regarding the Flat 14ers Initiative.
Thank you, sir. May I have a voice vote, please? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those against? Resolution 2011-38 passes. Thank you very much, Ms. Keith. We appreciate your work as always.
Thank you.
Okay, ordinances on first reading. There is one ordinance on first reading on the agenda tonight, and it is Ordinance 1865, an ordinance amending the 2011 budget of the City of Commerce City. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to address council on this ordinance? Is there anyone on council who wishes to speak about this ordinance? Councilwoman Carson.
I do. I would like to remove this ordinance.
Can you put your mic on? Thanks.
Do I keep turning it the
Yeah, you do.
going the wrong way.
It's all right.
To me, light on should mean that it's on, but it doesn't. I would like to remove this and bring it back at another time. This is an awful lot to digest, and there's things on here that I'm not sure what I'm looking at. We're talking a lot of money, $4 million. And like I said, I would like to see some better explanation of some of these items and something so the general public out there has a better understanding of what's going on with the money. Is it possible to do that?
I believe it is. City Attorney Gaylor, would you please advise?
For council's information, this ordinance is up for first reading.
Right.
It's not up for final reading.
Right.
Roger Tinklenberg, the finance director, is available to answer and to explain the first reading of the ordinance. So it's customary and not uncommon that if there are questions regarding the ordinance, you hear what's been said regarding the ordinance on first reading, then take it into account before you pass it on second reading. But certainly it's council's prerogative. It will take a motion to continue this ordinance to a fixed date if you choose to, and passage by a majority. The city manager may have additional comments.
Also,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of council, I would also add that this is an opportunity for a presentation. So if the council wanted Mr. Tinklenberg to go through this, he can do that tonight and then come back with another reading, was it next month? So it will be another month for the second reading so that you would have a month to review this and then make comment prior to the next reading.
Okay, let's see what the desires of council are. Councilwoman Carson, you're first on the board.
Yeah, as long as you can really dummy this up so that I understand it much better, because I've been flipping through these pages, and some of it makes sense, others of it I just can't go forward and vote yes on something when we're talking this amount of money until I have a better understanding. So,
are you wanting to make a motion to postpone, or what would you like?
We can go ahead with this, I guess, as long as the presentation is very clear.
Okay, I have several other of you on the board, so I'm just going to go down the list, and if you don't want to speak, just let me know. Councilman McEldowney.
Yeah, I was going to suggest the same as I heard from Mr. Flannery, that we have Mr. Tinklenberg speak to the detail and the update in our packets tonight, given that it is a first reading, that we come back upon second reading, and then we can have further discussion or raise any questions at that point.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Bullock?
I was going to suggest also the same thing, because there needs to be more of a detailed explanation on a lot of these funds in here that I'm seeing for the first time. I understand the $1,289,000 that is being transferred to pay off the Pioneer Park loan, but then that other $2,780,000, there's a lot of things that are included in that I'm seeing for the first time, and I would like to have a better detailed explanation.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Teeter?
Yes, I too echo these concerns. There's a lot of many amendments to the budget and transfers taking place, and I would like further explanation on these. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Benson?
Well, I think that's a good idea. I would have no objection to a presentation being made tonight and just put off the vote until a later time where we might be able to ask further questions of Mr. Tinklenberg. That's what I'd like to see.
Okay.
And I was so moved, that's what we need.
Okay, so you're wanting to make a motion. Let me get through the discussion, and then I'll allow you to entertain a motion. Thank you, sir. Councilman Diaz?
I'm glad as well that a lot of you guys have commented that this is the first time you're reading this, because as I was reading through this yesterday and today, all I pretty much saw were numbers and acronyms. So definitely a presentation would be beneficial for me, and it sounds like it's the same thing for the rest of the council.
Absolutely. Okay, Councilman Benson, did you want to make a motion, or where were you at?
Yes, I would move that we postpone this ordinance on first reading, but that we have a presentation by Mr. Tinklenberg tonight where we can ask questions and further educate ourselves on the issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's appropriate, although normally you have the presentation and then you decide after you hear that if you want to postpone it or if you want to act on it. So my
So why don't we just go ahead and see the presentation first, Councilman Benson, and then we can go from there. Right now? Oh, do you need a break, sir? We're going to take a 5-minute break for Councilman Benson. So give us 5 minutes and we'll be back. Thank you.
You're still bleeding. Listen, I apologize for this break. I've been out shaking hands, campaigning, walking door to door. I've gotten a lot of sun on my nose, and it's caused my nose to start bleeding. And since I take an anticoagulant, it's hard to get it stopped. So I doubt if I bleed to death tonight, but it'll clot in a
Let's
minute.
get the meeting back in session, Mr. Benson, and if you need another break, just let me know.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Tinklenberg, have we agreed as a council that we're going to hear the presentation this evening? I think we're at that point, right? Okay, Mr. Tinklenberg, take it away.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and Council. What we have up on the screen is an item that was in your packet, which is a spreadsheet that shows the various items that were proposed. And yeah, Jason, if you could minimize it a little bit so we can get the numbers. Perfect, thank you. Okay, do you want me to just kind of run down the list, or do you want me to focus on specific ones?
Why don't you go down the list, and then and then if there's a specific item that stops anyone that you want more explanation on, if you just let me know, would that be okay?
Okay.
Yeah, Councilman McEldowney?
Just an added comment. We've got a new member of council, Mr. Diaz, and I think some of the other council members may not have sat through many appropriation ordinances, and perhaps just a bit of background on the nature of this action. This is essentially a regular action to balance the budget, pay the bills. So if you can just kind of help frame that for folks, I think that might help set up the explanations that we'll run through in the worksheet.
Sure. Be happy to do that. Yes, this happens each year. This year is just slightly later in the year than usual. We try to get it initiated in May and finished by June at the latest, but we were delayed this year. What happens is that there are projects that are budgeted and started in a fiscal year, and they aren't necessarily completed in that fiscal year. So they run into the next fiscal year, and our appropriations lapse at the end of the year. So what council approves is good only for that year. So this is from the 2010 budget, and there's a number of items that started in 2010 and were carried over. There are also some new items in here that have come up as needs as a result of just business events that are proposed. And then there's also some that are just purely accounting cleanup. For example, there was one that deals with the Channel 8 PEG fee money. We moved that out of the general fund last year, but there still was an accumulation of cash during the year, and so this is a cleanup to just move the remaining money out of it, and it's moved into a project in the capital improvement program. So the whole idea is to clean it out of general fund because it's restricted money, cannot be spent in the general fund for general purposes. It may only be spent for equipment associated with Channel 8. So those are the nature of the items, and that'll become a little clearer as I walk through this, I think. So let me just run down the list, and I'll kind of hit the high spots of each one. We have Jason here who can answer more questions in detail if there's more detail that you want, and stop me because I'll just keep rolling unless I see the high sign. First one is Parks and Recreation. 104th Avenue plant material replacement. This is due to the hail damage last year, and after going through that season, the staff was able to determine that some of the material was not going to recover. It's dead or so severely damaged. So this is an appropriation of money to replace the most visible. It's not going to take care of everything, but it's going to take care of the most visibly damaged items. Second item is Human Resources. Tuition reimbursement shortage. Basically, when we cut the budget, we did not take into account the fact that there is a contract obligation to fund the tuition reimbursement at a certain level, and so this basically rights that situation. Legislative, access housing, homeless study. This is an item that came up either last meeting or the meeting before, just recently anyway. It was a request, so that's been added. Public Works, Victory Crossing erosion mitigation. This was something that was identified as a result of some of the thunderstorms last summer, caused a significant amount of erosion particularly around the ponds, and so this is to correct that situation so it doesn't erode further. So that's all new money, one-time dollars, $110,000. Then you have General Fund Resource Development, eCivitas Grant Network, $10,000. That's for software for better tracking of the grants. Public Safety Northern Range Substation lease. This lease was entered into last year, but it wasn't, timing-wise, it didn't get entered into the 2011 budget. So this is correcting that situation and providing for the lease. And obviously that expense is an ongoing monthly expense, and we need to have the money there to be able to cover that. So that's new money, recurring type of expenditures, $36,000. Then in the general fund, we have for communications, the CIG contract, and that was also associated with economic development, carryover of some publications and marketing, public relations. I'm not sure what the correct term would be, but materials that need to happen. And so this provides $30,000 for that effort.
Mr. Ticklenburg?
Yes.
On that point, the CIG contract, as I understood it, that we were contracting out with CIG in the interim when we were looking for a new communications manager. Are we going to continue our contract with them now that we have filled that position, or are we going to?
It was actually broader than just the manager.
It was, okay.
Because at one point, there was only one staff member, so it filled a number of positions.
Okay.
And so I don't know if there's more detail that needs to go into this.
One quick point about the $30,000. That's a carryover from my budget, and it's specifically for the Redefining Commerce marketing materials. So this paid for the marketing development time and then also the printing of the materials.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Brittany.
And one more question, just to go back to the 104th Avenue plant material replacement. I imagine that this is not the last hailstorm we're going to see in the Northern Range. Do we have a sustainable way of protecting those, the medians and that kind of thing, in order to not have to keep appropriating funds every time that there's a bad hailstorm?
I'm not aware of a sustainable way of dealing with that. I think it's going to be a situation where we're going to have to basically take care of the damage when it does occur. We do have a deductible account that we fund each year. So between our insurance and our deductible account, we can cover a lot of things. But in this particular case, the insurance didn't cover it because it was in excess of so many feet from a building. So
okay.
None of the median landscaping is covered by insurance.
Sure. Thank you.
Councilwoman Carson?
Well, I also had some questions. Do you want us to wait till the entire presentation or as they arise?
Just go ahead and ask them as they come up if you want to.
Okay,
Sure, go ahead.
I also had a question about the hail damage, and I think you just answered it. An insurance with an underwriter or anything, there's no way to carry that on an insurance? Or?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
Because, again, property damage deals with structural facilities, and it only extends out so many feet beyond that structure.
Mm-hmm. And the Victory Crossing mitigation for the $47,000, are we contracting that work out?
Yes.
That's not work we can do in-house?
Due to the type of equipment needed, no, we don't have that equipment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman McEldowney, did you have a question?
Just obviously, Ms. Morris spoke to the specifics of the $30,000, but just as a reminder, I believe when we had Ms. Halstead's update on the communication strategic plan, and she outlined her organizational structure, one of the components of that organizational structure were places, roles or functions that would be performed ongoing by CIG as a more cost-effective approach than staffing full-time positions to meet those same needs. So I think that speaks to the longer-term engagement with CIG.
Yeah, that's a great comment. Thank you, Councilman McEldowney. Okay, Roger, go ahead.
Thank you. Moving on then, city news, printing, postage, translation. That has been running more than was anticipated, and therefore the request was for some additional money there, $6,000. 2011 annual report, I don't know that one off the top of my head. Oh, here comes Ms. Halstead.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, that was a recommendation in the strategic communications audit, if you recall, and is part of our plan to make sure we can provide a more global piece that we haven't done before to highlight the accomplishments not only to citizens but to regional leaders and others. So that will cover the printing costs and associated publication of that effort.
Thank you. He's holding
And
on to
Roger
you.
would like me to speak on the next one. Those funds are specifically for, yes, council events. Those are associated with the awards that you provide to various members of the community, as well as the transitional event that we'll be having in November. That wasn't previously budgeted for.
Okay, thank you.
Then moving on from there, public safety, that is the court software that was contractually obligated in 2010, and not all of the cost was incurred in 2010 and has fallen into 2011, therefore the need to carry over that amount. Sustainability project, this was for some additional work in regards to the sustainability study, and I think that's been discussed previously with council. Legislative community enterprise. This was one of the council members had donated leftover discretionary funds to community enterprise, and we never know until the very end of the year how much has been truly used, so that's why it's being appropriated in this year. And then also with historical society expenses, same type of thing. There were a number of council members who said, use what's left of my discretionary funds for the Historical Society. So
And
again, it's taking care of that.
Roger, what was the final number that went to community enterprise?
That $432.
And have they received that?
No, they will once this ordinance is approved.
So, okay, that's what I thought, because I was the one that donated mine to community enterprise, so I would keep asking them if they've gotten it yet, and so I realized when I was going through these numbers that they're not going to until we get this taken care of. So, okay, thank you. Go ahead.
All right. And then Public Works, Recreation Center pool lift, that was identified in one of the, I believe, safety audits that occurred, and this was noted as a need to assist those that cannot enter and exit the pool on their own power, and so this assists them getting into and out of the pool. City Manager's Office remodel, that's a bit of a misnomer, and before the press goes on an attack over that one, let me explain that it's a number of offices that are involved. It's not actually the city manager's own office that's involved. So. Then next is the Facility Services Fund, Civic Center Recycling, that purchased the recycling bins that have been put in all of the offices and meeting rooms. Beacon Security Services Contract, that was taking care of an item that we consolidated all of the security contract and services originally in, well, first it was split between police department and IT, and then we consolidated it and intended to move everything to facility services, and this was missed. So this is an element that needs to be taken care of and will be an ongoing budget item.
Roger, can I back you up?
Yes.
Can you just talk a little bit more about the $6,000? Explain it a little bit so it doesn't get blown out of proportion of what that $6,000 remodeling is going to consist of.
Okay. It basically involved moving an office and converting a former office into a meeting room, and it also converted a small conference area to the office for the new risk manager. And so I believe it was those two offices and meeting room that were taken care of by it.
Thank you.
Certainly. Turning on to Public Works, Tractor mower replacement, this was a safety item. We had an old tractor and mower that definitely needed to be replaced, and it was up on its cycle and needed to be replaced. So that was taken care of. And
and I'm not a mechanic, but it was with a mower that we had the problem that the gentleman lost his life, correct?
Yes.
So these new ones, will that cure that problem?
Well, hopefully they're built to. It's a new tractor, so yeah, it's built to current safety standards.
Thank you.
And counsel, if you would just please push your button so that I'll be aware that you need to, no, I just don't want to miss anyone who might have a question, so if you don't mind, that'd be great, that way we don't miss somebody. Thanks. Go ahead, Mr. Tinklenberg.
Okay. And then for fleet management, this is a replacement of an accessible lift for Parks and Recreation van. It's actually the replacement of the entire van, isn't it? Or is it just a lift? Wow, okay. Community Development Station Area Plan, that's grant match for the grant money that's already been awarded to the city. We need to match that grant, so this takes care of that need. Golf course, SRSA deductible account. There were a number of items that were funded or reimbursed by the insurance company, and we just need to move that money out of the insurance account into the parks or into the golf fund, since that's a separate fund, and so this takes care of that transfer. Buffalo Run audit upgrades. This is one-time money taking care of some items that were identified in the safety audit. So these are some upgrades to, like, the maintenance building to be able to safely store some of the chemicals and paints and that type of thing. And then Buffalo Run monument sign, that's a carryover of money, and that would basically fund the monument sign along Chambers Road for Buffalo Run Golf Course. And then the final item is police donation fund, and each year we need to reappropriate the money that's been donated into that account and have that appropriated for the coming year.
Okay, I have a few on the board here, Mr. Tinklenberg. Councilman Moreno.
Mr. Tinklenberg, do we have a estimated time of completion for that Buffalo Run monument sign? Are we planning to do it this year?
I heard a yes back there.
Ms. Keith?
Timeline?
From the time the monies are approved to carry forward, we would be complete within 6 weeks.
Fantastic, thank you.
Great.
6 weeks for the record, in case no one heard that.
Thank you. Councilman Bullock?
Yes, I know there were some signs that were posted, and I've seen them out there now to lead the way to the new visitor center for the wildlife refuge. Where did the appropriation for those signs come from? Was that done way back when, or is that going to show up next year in an appropriation?
I'll defer to Mr. Clements.
Mayor and Councilman, the signs were built and installed by city forces. There will be no supplementary need for those.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Tinklenberg.
Okay, thank you. The next item is the Pioneer Park loan payment, and we've discussed that before. This is basically the payoff of remaining amount on that Pioneer Park loan. And just a note, this shows up twice because there's a need. The way the accounts receivable was set up, it has to be transferred from the lottery, or I'm sorry, it originally was set up to go from lottery funds to the capital improvement program to the impact fee fund. And so this has to go through that same circuitous route where the money is coming from the general fund to the capital improvement program and then to the park impact fee fund. So that's why it shows up twice.
I have a question on the board for you. Councilwoman Teeter.
Yes, Roger. Is this, did I hear you say the final payment on this loan?
It is, thankfully.
Okay, thankfully. So.
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Sure. Derby Catalyst funds, this is a carryover of $64,000 plus $45,000 of new money in the Urban Renewal Fund, and this is for the facade renovations, the Derby Catalyst program. And then we have the Pioneer Park payment again, so that's why it shows up twice. I explained that. And then we have the cost share on 120th Avenue project. Adams County funded the program, and we agreed to a reimbursement. We budgeted assuming that it was going to be half in 1 year, half in the next year, and they went by an original letter that said there's going to be a certain dollar amount in the first year and less in the second year. So it's just money now versus money next year, basically. So that's why we have to put an additional $46,000 in this year, and we can cut it for 2012. Median work on Chambers Road. This is a new proposed project, and that's to take care of some of the issues with the median in Chambers. And then there's a bike path proposed along...
Excuse me.
Sure.
Yes, Councilman Benson.
First of all, I and all the residents of Buffalo Run East and West thank you for looking at the problem on the median on Chambers Road. What is the $150,000 going to be spent on?
Well, first, I wish I could take credit for it, but I'd have to give the credit to other staff.
But you're all part of the plan, right?
And I have to defer the question to other staff as well. I'm not sure what that buys.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Snyder and members of council. We estimate the total budget to complete the median on Chambers Road to be over $300,000. This would simply be a first phase of completing that median, and we would propose to begin at 120th and work south. No specific design has been done. Should the reappropriation ordinance pass, we would, of course, do a complete design of the first phase.
Well, when you say completion of the median, it goes from like 120th down to about 116th or 117th right now. When you say the completion of the median, you mean going south of where it is now?
No, what we mean is complete landscaping the existing median.
Right. That has been the issue for about 4 or 5 years now, the landscaping of the existing median. But is that what this money is for?
Yes.
Good. I will be sure and get that word out to the people in Buffalo Run, because they've certainly sent me a lot of emails regarding that.
Madam Mayor, Pro Tem, members of council, on that specific one, one of the things that we're looking at is starting from that intersection of 120th and Chambers because of the potential for commercial development on those four corners. And as you've noticed, probably on 120th, some of those driveway entrances have been going in. That's in anticipation of future development. So anything we can do to make that property more attractive for development is part of what the reasoning is behind this as well.
Okay, and Councilman Moreno.
I essentially had the same questions as Mr. Benson. I know that this has been a passion of Councilman Benson, so it's great to see that the Chambers median will be a lot nicer than it is now. So thank you.
Councilman McEldowney?
Mine's actually on the next item if you wanted to speak to that one first.
Okay.
No, that's...
Councilman Diaz, was yours on this item?
It was, but not anymore. But my question is on line item 31, the cost share 120th Avenue project. What does that cover, just out of curiosity? The 120th Avenue project, what does that entail?
All I know is we entered into an agreement, so I'll have to defer to Mr. Clemens.
Good evening, Mr. Clemens.
Good evening again. Councilman Diaz, when the bridge went across 120th at the South Platte and connected with US 85, there was a cost sharing between various jurisdictions, including Commerce City, Thornton, Adams County, on that project. This goes back a few years to reimburse that cost. So this is, I think it's half of that total share that we're reimbursing at this time.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Tinklenberg.
Okay. The next item, number 33, is the Chambers Road Bike Path, and that basically connects between Heartland and 112th Avenue. So that would provide that connection to basically take the path on up, particularly for people who want to get to the golf course. And then number 34 is Going Force Code Enforcement.
Madam Mayor, if I can just...
I'm sorry, Councilman McEldowney?
I was waiting for Mr. Tinglenberg to speak to this one. The real motivator here for that Chambers Road path was less about golfers and more about pedestrians.
Yeah.
Anybody that drives Chambers Road in the evening, we see school kids, adults trying to commute from the neighborhoods to the north to the RTD stops along 104th, and unfortunately, there is very little to no shoulder, and so it's dangerous. With the sidewalk ending at 112th and then not picking up again until Heartland, it's an unsafe place to go, especially with the sort of crown of the road right there. So this is great. It's a first step. Ultimately, there's still that stretch between the edge of the back nine neighborhood and moving to the south toward 104th. It's still going to be a challenge, but this is a great first step. So thank you.
Good.
I would agree with Councilman McEldowney. Councilman Benson?
I thought that there was a sidewalk, a concrete sidewalk going south from Heartland down to 104th. Is that not true, Jason?
It only extends along the property boundary of the back nine neighborhood in Reunion.
It doesn't go down to, how far does it go down from 112th?
There's a sidewalk from 112th all the way to 120th. There is no sidewalk between 120th and Heartland, essentially
Right.
in line with the undeveloped portion of the Buffalo Run property between Chambers and the golf course. There is no sidewalk starting at the south edge of the back nine neighborhood all the way south to Chambers Road.
I guess something to accomplish would be to fix it so that the kids or anybody else could ride from Outlook or Buffalo Run east and west all the way down to the trail on the sidewalks on 104th. They could get to school that way or whatever. But I guess we're at least closing part of that gap.
And that's actually part of the reason why this was identified when we talked about this some months ago as a first phase, because once they can connect to Heartland, they can then access the neighborhood sidewalk system throughout that portion of Reunion. That actually connects into Buffalo Mesa directly, which takes you into either the soft surface trail in the Second Creek open space and ultimately over to the school sites.
And they wouldn't have to go straight down Chambers. They could cut over.
This gives them the opportunity
east
to connect into
and go through.
Right.
That's right. Ultimately, you're right. Chambers is the.
But I agree that space between Heartland and 112th is probably the most dangerous as far as riding a bike out on
I think it
Chambers
is
Road.
too.
But, is this going to be the Crusher Fine Trail or asphalt trail, or what is that going to be?
Again, Mr. Clements?
At this point, the plan is very similar to the Arsenal Perimeter Trail, which is recycled asphalt.
I mean, it's approximately a half a mile. Is that about right?
Probably less than a half mile, yes.
Yeah, between 104th and 112th, it's a
No,
mile.
this is just between Heartland Drive and 112th.
Right. Okay. Well, thanks. I think that's a good idea.
Okay. Councilmember Moreno, are you off the board now, or did you want to speak?
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the discussion, but just to echo Councilman McEldowney, it is pretty unsafe for folks to ride their bikes or walk in that area, so that's great to see that we are appropriating funds to make that route a little more safe.
I agree 100%. Thank you. Continue, Mr. Tinklenberg.
Okay. And I appreciate the clarification from council. I didn't know all the details on that one. Again, Going Force Code Enforcement, that was an item that was approved. This was an item that was basically listed as contingent, and management decided to release the funds and authorize the purchase, but the amount of time remaining in the year did not allow the IT department to complete that transaction. So this basically is just carrying that over to this year. The next item is GCC money transfer from impact fee to the CIP fund for 96th and Highway 2. This is money that was paid by the company for improvements on 96th Avenue, and so rightly it belongs in that project where we're now doing improvements on 96th Avenue. So it's moving it out of the impact fee fund into the CIP account. And then the next one is web-related costs, transferring from the IT fund to the communications division. An employee and all of the associated costs were moved out of IT into communications to deal with website issues.
Councilman McEldowney?
Sorry, Mr. Tinklenberg, I didn't get in before you moved on to the web-related costs. Just to clarify, that impact fee referenced on the Public Works item for 96th, is that the tipping fee we're referencing there? Is that the impact fee, or what's the?
No, the payment was instituted under a development agreement with the company, basically to deal with the impact of the company's use on 96th Avenue.
Okay.
And so, because it was dealing with the impact, it was placed into the impact fee fund.
Okay.
And now, they've completed their payments, and we just need to move it into the project that's actually dealing with that impact.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. I assume there was no questions on number 36 that I talked about, so I'll move on to 37. Transfer of PEG fees. This is what I mentioned as an illustration earlier. This is money that was left over after we moved the PEG fee revenue out of the general fund into the capital improvement program. So it goes into a restricted account that is available only for equipment purchases for the Channel 8 program. And so this moves the remaining money out of the general fund and cleans that up. So there's nothing left in the general fund at this point. Number 38, transfer of general funds to urban renewal. Oh, I'm sorry. I have an old list. That'll come up later. So that completes the list, a total of $4,069,000.
Thank you, Mr. Tinklenberg. Councilman Moreno.
Mr. Tingler, thank you for that presentation. I very much appreciate it. I'm satisfied with the information that we were presented with tonight, and obviously, looking at it, there are some important projects that we need to begin work on. Mm-hmm. So I would request that council adhere to the agenda as it was presented, and we hopefully approve this ordinance 1865 on first reading this evening.
Okay, before we get to that, but I do agree with you, Councilman Benson.
The total of all these is the $4 million, and this is $4 million of the approximate $10 million that we received as one-time fees last year. Is that not right?
No, right?
Not all of it.
Mr. Tinklenberg, that doesn't sound right to me.
Correct. That is not right. The $1.2 million is from the one-time money.
Right.
But all of the rest is basically out of what was left over in 2010 to be moved to 2011.
The 1.289 for the payoff of Pioneer Park, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
That comes out, okay.
That
So
comes
that's
out
all-
of that
That's all we're
one-time.
using out of that one-time money, is $1,289,000.
Correct.
All right.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem and Council, and I just want to reiterate what Roger said at the beginning of the presentation, what he just said now. When we set a budget, each department says, here's my budget. At the end of the year, maybe not all of it's been spent. So there's a piece, a remainder of their budget that's not been spent. And so when we get into the next budget year, there's a carryover that we have, and that chunk of money is represented tonight. So that money was budgeted last year in some form or another, and many of those projects have come back because they were either budgeted over a budget time frame, so said, we're going to spend $100,000 on court hardware. Well, maybe that overlapped 2 budget years, so it had to be carried over. The specifics on the one-time were specific to that park repayment fund. And, that's been an ongoing issue that we've had a lot of conversations about. We've said we would pay that off in increments. We decided to recommend to you tonight that we just take care of it and get it over with and then move on, and we have the revenue to do that at this time. So let's just take care of it and put it where it's been, where it should have been in the first place. And it's just a budget process, so there is no other new money that's in there.
Thank you, City Manager Flannery. Councilman Bullock?
Prepared to make a motion that followed what Mr. Marino was suggesting, that we pass this on first reading tonight because the explanation is good with me.
Okay, let's get through the discussions, and then I appreciate your readiness to make the motion. Councilman McEldowney, did you have anything to add before the motion goes through?
More than anything, just a comment on this. I know that in the past there have been times when items like this have come before us on the agenda, and there has been we've begun with a presentation as opposed to just sort of putting it out there. And I think I would just ask that as standard practice when we bring an item like this forward, that we have a standard presentation that provides the appropriate background and setup to the discussion. And that way I think we are better able to just kind of cut to the chase. And
Absolutely.
I think the other piece that we miss in this discussion is some of the threads that connect from our past discussions. There are many items in here that come specifically out of our priority setting, our budget discussions or otherwise, and it's difficult, I think, for everyone to remember all of those items and how they've sort of come through to end up in this appropriation ordinance. And I think it's an important story that we be able to tell at a time like this. It's not just a matter of a big list of things showing up on Monday night for us to approve. There's a process of discussions and a progression of discussions that have occurred to get to this point. And some of these, so each of these I think it's important to understand the character of the item to really sort of piece it all together. And it's not just, here's $4 million, let's go spend it. So I think it's just important in the spirit of, transparency and clarity for our citizens that the information that we package in such a presentation be readily understandable, for lack of a better way to put it. So that would be that'd be the extent of my comment. Thanks.
Just to add on to what Councilman McEldowney said, I would agree with that wholeheartedly. A lot of discussion and going over of numbers, crunching numbers, figuring out what's going to go where, trying to stretch every dollar does go on before we go and approve anything like this. So I would agree with what Councilman McEldowney said completely. So I don't see anyone else on the board. So Councilman Moreno?
I move ordinance 1865 on first reading.
Thank you. Councilwoman Teeter?
Second the motion.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance 1865. Will the city attorney please read the title?
Title of ordinance 1865 reads as follows: an ordinance amending the 2011 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating a portion of the unencumbered fund balance of the general fund in the amount of $309,000 and transferring a portion of the unencumbered fund balance in the general fund to the following Facilities Services Fund in the amount of $80,000, Fleet Management Fund in the amount of $35,000, CIPP Fund in the amount of $1,626,079, Grant Fund in the amount of $25,000, and the Gulf Enterprise Fund in the amount of $67,380, and transferring $1,289,240 from the CIPP Fund to the Impact Fees Fund, $364,366 from the Impact Fees Fund to the CIPP Fund, and appropriating a portion of the unencumbered fund balance in the Urban Renewal Authority Fund in the amount of $109,273, Fleet Management Fund in the amount of $45,255, Information Technology Fund in the amount of $15,292, and transferring $67,840 to the General Fund, appropriating a portion of the unencumbered fund balance in the Police Donation Fund in the amount of $34,485 for a total amount of $4,069,817, and reaffirming prior appropriations and authorizing the expenditure thereof.
Thank you, sir. May I have a roll call vote, please? The motion carries 8-0. Thank you. Now we'll have a presentation regarding the 2010 financial statements by the independent auditor. I will now ask City Manager Flannery to introduce the staff to come forward and make the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. I hope Mr. Tinklenberg hasn't gotten too rested in his chair there. But Mr. Tinklenberg is making the presentation, and other staff are assisting him in this.
I bet he can't wait to start.
Good evening again. I would like to introduce to you Kim Higgins of Eide Bailey, the accounting firm.
Thank you, sir.
Cheryl Carsons will also distribute to you the management report that comes from Eide Bailey and also the A133 report. Just a quick note before Kim starts her presentation. This past year was a very challenging year for the Financial Services Division, which takes care of all of the accounting. We had staff turnover, we had issues with the software, setting up new procedures dealing with the software, and also new procedures for major grants programs. So those are some of the challenges, and you'll see that come out in Ms. Higgins' presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
What I'm going to cover tonight, we have 4 reports that we normally hand out to you. You have the financial statement document, which has our opinion that I will cover, as well as there is a new report that we haven't presented in several years for the city, and that is in this bound document, which is a federal compliance audit, because the city expended over $500,000 in federal funding this year, requiring what we call a single audit. So I'll cover that with you. We also have a management letter, which is a stapled letter, and then also a letter to governance, just to talk about the audit process. So the first thing that I'll go through, and I'll make this quick, because in preparing for this tonight, what I was thinking about is, what does council really want to know? And my belief is what you want to know is whether you're financially sound, whether you're improving from last year, where your money came from, if it increased, and where it went if it decreased. And so what I'm going to try to tell you fairly quickly are those things. And this document tells you all of those things. And the first page that I'd like to cover with you is on page 1. It is fairly close to the front. You have a transmittal letter, and then you have page 1, which is our opinion. This is what you pay us for. To go through and actually audit the 2010 financial statement information that we are provided through the city's Financial Services Department. And just to briefly go through it, to tell you what it says, it's a clean opinion. It's the best that you can get. Any other CPA firm auditing the same set of numbers that we were provided in 2010 should give you the same opinion. To briefly go through it, and it's a bit different than what you've seen in the past because you have a single audit this year, but the first paragraph is very similar to previous years. It delineates responsibilities, and it says in the first paragraph that the financial statements are the responsibility of the city's management. It's our responsibility to audit the numbers that we're provided and issue an opinion. The second paragraph is what is a bit different. There are professional standards that we have to follow, and there are different professional standards when you have federal grant awards that are involved. We have to follow generally accepted auditing standards, which we normally would follow. We obviously also have to follow the grant standards, which are called government auditing standards, which you can see on the second line of the second paragraph. And that's new for this year. The last sentence of the paragraph says that we do believe that our audit provides a reasonable basis for our opinion. So those are the professional standards that are involved in the audit process this year. The third paragraph is our opinion, and it says that the financial statements are presented fairly and in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. The next paragraph is also a bit new, and it talks about the fact that there is another report that we are going to cover tonight. That's the report that I held up earlier, which is this report on the federal awards. And that report should be read in conjunction with this audit report. On page 2, we talk about required supplementary information in that paragraph. The required supplementary information that's in here is management's discussion and analysis, and also budgetary information, which is not required to be audited, and therefore we have not audited that information. The last paragraph talks about supplementary information. It's all the information that follows the notes to the financial statements, which is combining information. That information has been put through the audit paces, and it's fairly presented as well. So that is the opinion. It basically, again, is clean and the best that you can get, and indicates from our audit of the 2010 financial information that information is presented fairly and in accordance with GAAP. The next pages are the management's discussion and analysis. And right on page 3, the first page of management's discussion and analysis, and I'll cover this with you. This is unaudited, but it is in user-friendly terms that actually compares 2009 to 2010, so you can get a good feel for exactly what happened. So when we're talking about how did the city do compared to last year, this page under 2010 financial highlights basically tells you that your assets exceeded your liabilities, and therefore you have net assets that are positive. And those went up over 2009. So you are improving, and that's exactly what this page talks about under financial highlights. If you look at page 5 of management's discussion and analysis, this is really a good comparison and tells you exactly what happened within the city, page 5, and then also on page 7. But this is basically a balance sheet of the governmental activities and the business activities that compares 2009 to 2010. And what you can see is that total assets there from 2009 to 2010 under the governmental activities increased $10 million, primarily because you had an influx of cash or revenues due to the sales and use tax audit settlements that happened in 2010. That was quite an increase in sales and use tax, which you'll see. Also, you have some unspent bond proceeds that you're continuing to spend down. So those are still in current assets. You also have liabilities that decreased from last year to this year. You went from $175 million down to $172 million, so you had a $3.5 million drop in liabilities. You had a $10 million increase in assets, and therefore your net assets went up $13 million. So that's where the improvement happened. If you look over on page 6, you can see a graph of how your net assets have performed since 2002, which also gives you a financial indicator of how net assets are performing at the city. And you can see a leveling out in 2007, 8, and 9, and now you're on an uptrend in 2010, which again is a positive financial indicator. If you look at page 8, this is your income statement and the governmental activities. You can see total revenues there from 2009 to 10 went from $61 million up to $76 million. It's a $15.5 million increase in revenues, and the primary reason for that is your sales and use tax settlement issues. Expenses went up $1.5 million. You can see the expenses there on page 8 in the management's discussion and analysis. Public safety went up, so did public works, parks and recreation, and interest expense. And overall, your change in net assets was a $14 million swing positively. You have a $13 million change in net assets this year, again, which is a very positive financial indicator, but because of those sales and use tax settlements that came through in those cases. So from a standpoint of thinking about what council wanted to hear, you have a clean opinion. You're better off this year than you were last year. What really happened was you had some sales and use tax estimates and cases that settled, and so there was a $22 million increase in revenues, and your spend down really in expenses was to actually complete or continue to work on 104th Avenue from a capital asset standpoint. So really, most everything else within the city was fairly stable. You did get grant funds, and you did spend those, and we're going to talk about those next. But from a financial statement standpoint and looking at the actual numbers in the audit report, the opinion that we issued, again, was clean and indicates that the city is actually better off this year than last year. The numbers that actually start to tell that story begin on page 15. And you can see here, you've got governmental activities. You've got 4 columns of information. Governmental activities, which are really your general government functions. This is where community development is, public works, public safety, parks and recreation. Then you've got a business type activities column, which is where your golf course, your finance authority, and your solid waste management fund is. Then you've got a total column, and then you've got component units. The component units are your victim services and your housing authority that are discretely presented. Your other component units are blended within the first 2 columns. So that tells the entire story of the balance sheet, if you will, or the statement of net assets for the city for 2010. And you can see the bottom line total net assets there are over $284 million. The next page, which you have to turn catty corner, is a governmental presentation of an income statement. interesting presentation, but the reason it's this way is you have expenses on the far left, and you have your primary government expenditures of $68 million, and then you have your revenues across the other columns, charges for services, operating grants, capital and contributions, to come to a net income, if you will, halfway down the page, to tell you that your governmental activities had a loss of $55 million, your business type activities had a loss, and your total loss was over $56 million. The reason that statement is presented that way, which is in accordance with professional standards, is because your tax revenues then fall below that so that your constituents can see that if you did not have tax dollars, you couldn't run the government, and it would be in a $56 million deficit. If you look at the general revenues below, you can see your property taxes there of $6.4 million, sales and use taxes of $51.9 million, coming to a total general revenues and transfers amount of $68 million, coming back to that change in net assets of almost $13 million, $12.4 million. And that's what your tax dollars do in helping to run the government, and that's what this statement shows. So you actually have a change in net assets of $12 million, bringing you back to that net asset amount at the end of the year of over $200 million. And that's how that statement works, so that you can see what your tax dollars are at work doing. The next page really gets back into your fund accounting. So the way these statements are presented is you've got a full accrual set of statements at the beginning, which is what we just covered in those columns, and then you go back to your fund statements and we do a reconciliation. What you can see here on page 17 are your funds in the governmental arena, the governmental funds. And what you probably are most interested in is that second number from the bottom, which is your fund balance at the end of the year, for your general fund being over $44 million, your capital expenditures fund being over $10 million, your Northern Infrastructure GID fund being over $29 million, and the other governmental aggregated funds together being over $23 million, giving you a $107 million fund balance amount. And that breaks those funds out. The reconciliation back to the full accrual is on page 18, and then you can look on page 19 and see the income statement for your funds as well. And you can see the third number from the bottom actually tells you how you did in these funds. So the general fund had a net change, or net income, if you will, of over $20 million. The capital expenditure fund had a loss of $1.6 million. So did the Northern Infrastructure GID of $1.7. Other governmental funds had $415. Overall, you had a $17.6 million governmental fund change in fund balances, or net income. And primarily what happens with capital expenditures in the Northern Infrastructure GID, the reason that you're seeing those losses is because you're spending down bonds or transfers that have come into those funds that were there years ago, and now you're spending those down. So what you can see is you don't have a negative fund balance. You're spending down that fund balance appropriately each year. The other information is more detailed information of what we've just covered. If you wanted to look at a specific fund, what you would do is the notes to the financial statements follow these, which begin on page 29 to give you a feel for what the notes to the financial statements talk about. There's detail in the notes on capital assets, on debt, on cash and investments. And then the actual details of all of your funds actually follow on page 69, where you can go through and actually see every fund within the city and how it performed. That, in a nutshell, are the financial statements for the year. If you have specific questions, we can talk about those. Otherwise, I'll move to the grant part of the audit.
Does anyone have any questions so far?
I have one.
Okay.
Could you state for the record then whether, in your opinion, the city is in a strong financial condition?
Yes, they are definitely in a stronger financial condition than you were in 2009, and very strong from a standpoint of looking at your fund balances as well as your net assets of the entire city.
Well, that's always really good news, so
Yes.
thank you.
This is an easy one to present.
Great. Councilman McEldowney.
Less a comment for you, ma'am, just to staff. If when presenting a document like this in the future, I think we have a dot cam. It would be awesome to have this on the cam, because then it would be on the screen for folks. it's a lot of information running through, and if you don't have it in front of you, it's next to impossible to follow. So, but
And I
thank you.
speak quickly, too.
You're doing a great job. Thanks.
The next report is the grant.
I'm sorry,
report.
I have to
I'm
real
sorry.
quick just interject. Councilman Benson had a question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your report and for your glowing opinion about our financial condition. Tabor requires that certain money be kept in reserve. How are we there? What's the percentage of our, it's a percentage of your gross revenue, as I understand it.
Yes.
Well, what percentage do we have?
You actually have that 3% percentage there, and the calculation that we look at and go through is something that we actually look at every year. It's what we consider one of the estimates that's in the financial statements, and at this point, one of the things that we talk about is whether that calculation should be based on expenditures or revenues and how to go about computing that. That is something we discuss each year, and from a standpoint of being in compliance, you are in compliance at this point.
But you're saying, is it right at 3%? Do we have more than 3%? 4%?
No,
Right?
what you normally calculate is that 3% number
Just
each
three.
year.
Okay.
And then you move it out of unrestricted fund balance.
All right, thank you.
Well, it's certainly good news to hear that we're in better shape than 2009 and better shape than 2010. We're moving forward.
Absolutely.
That is great news, so everyone out there heard that. So we're great. It's great to hear that. I have no one else on, so please continue. Thank you.
Our grant report is, as I said, new this year, and I want to cover that with you because it has two reports in it. Basically, it has an internal control report, which is connected to your financial statements, and it has a compliance opinion in it. Just to go through, on page 1 is the internal control report. This is not an opinion, but if we have to look at federal grants, I mentioned government auditing standards. Normal auditing standards are generally accepted auditing standards. The acronym is GAS. The acronym for government auditing standards is generally accepted government auditing standard, and it's GAGAS. And if you go through that process, it does tend to gag people. And because you spend over $500,000 in federal awards this year, you had to be audited under GAGAS. And that's pretty much what Roger alluded to. So not only do you get an internal control look that has a report requirement, which is what we call the Yellow Book report or the GAGAS report, which is what this report is, you also have to have a compliance opinion that we issue an opinion on to tell you whether you are in compliance with the federal grant award documents that we audited against. And that's what this document tells you. So the first report's an internal control report. It basically tells you that you have two findings in an internal control from a standpoint of what we looked at in the financial statement arena. Those are listed in here. We'll cover those in a minute. We do tell you we didn't audit internal controls, but in going through the auditing process and planning and looking at everything, we did have two findings, and those are listed here. It's 2010 A and B. Then if you look at page 3, this is a compliance opinion on your federal awards, and I will show you that schedule here momentarily that we audited, which is called the Schedule of Expenditures of Federal Awards. This is also a clean opinion, and it basically says it's set up very similar to what a financial statement opinion is. The first paragraph delineates responsibilities, and it says the city's responsible for the compliance in accordance with A133, which is a compliance supplement, Office of Management Budget Compliance Supplement, A133. That's what we audit against. And the second paragraph says we have followed professional standards and that we believe that our audit provides a reasonable basis, but we also want you to know that our audit does not provide a legal determination, because we are not lawyers, on whether you're in compliance with the requirements. And then our opinion is clean. It is the best that you can get. Anybody looking at the same compliance information that we saw should give you the same opinion on the compliance. We had one compliance finding, which is 2010-01, and then with the other grants, we also had two other internal control findings within grants. So you have two financial statement findings that are listed in here and three compliance A133 findings that are listed in here that we'll cover. One of the good things from a management letter standpoint in this Yellow Book or this GAGAS report that lists the two things is a duplication of a management letter. Last year, I don't know if you remember, but you had a material weakness in your management letter last year. This year, you don't have any material weaknesses, either in compliance or in internal controls. You do have what we call significant deficiencies, which are things we want to bring forth to council and management to talk to you about, because they're things that you need to fix, that you need to tighten up the ship, if you will, but they're not so significant that they would misstate your financial statements. And that's what we wanted to bring to your attention. The actual schedule that we audited in this report starts on page 5 or ends on page 5 as well. And you can see here the actual grants, federal grants, that the city received in 2010. We actually have to do a calculation to figure out what we audit, but the bottom line number there, that $641,000, anytime that exceeds $500,000, the city will have to have a compliance or a federal grant audit, if you will. The two programs that we audited are pretty much right in the middle of the page. One says Direct Program ERA, Public Safety Partnership and Community Policing Grants, and the other one right below it says U.S. Department of Energy ERA, Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Program, EECBG. You can see $254,129.3. Basically what the single audit requires, or A133 requires, is if you are considered a high-risk auditee, and you are at the City of Commerce City because you haven't had a compliance audit in the past 2 years, then you have to have 50% of your federal grant dollars audited. And so therefore we had to at least audit 50% of that $670,000 number, which is why we picked those two grants. Then if you look on page 7 at the bottom of the page, it identifies the grants again. And this is a checklist type of situation that is submitted to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse. This document goes there as well as your comprehensive annual financial report as a requirement for a federal grant audit. This basically tells you exactly what I've just told you from a standpoint of you've got 2 findings in the financial statement arena and you've got 3 findings in the federal audit arena, and at the bottom of the page it tells you the 2 grants that we actually audited. On page 8 is where we actually get into the 2 management letter points, if you will, which are duplicated in another one of the letters that we won't have to go through. This basically is grant monitoring and reporting. As Roger indicated, you've not had a federal single audit in several years. And so because you haven't, things happened that from an internal control standpoint that you really weren't aware of, your staff wasn't aware of. You've had some turnover, staff didn't really know, needed some additional training. So there are specific things that the federal audit requires us to do, like flagging capital assets that were purchased with federal funds, or reporting certain things on a timely basis on specific forms, which you'll see. These are the bullet points in the middle of page 8. Monitoring. You didn't realize that you were going to have a federal single audit until pretty late in the game. And so taking a look at those federal grants in the future will be important for you to make sure that you have everything in line for that. And then there's a requirement to identify Recovery Act money, which is the new federal money that has been out for several years, and you didn't quite do that right either. So those are some of the things that happened in this first point, grant monitoring and reporting. The interesting thing about this report is that the city has to respond, and you've done that in the management's corrective action section at the bottom of page 8. Basically said you've got this under control, you will get staff trained, and you will begin to monitor and do a better job in the federal grant area in the future. Then on page 9, timely reconciliation processes.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
So basically what you're saying is that when you found the deficiency, management took action and they are on the right track to take care of that deficiency?
Absolutely.
Great. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Then on the next page, 2010B, this is the second internal control finding that we had, timely reconciliation processes. And there were some account balances that weren't being reconciled timely. One had to do with capital assets again and reconciling those. You basically do those once a year, and what we're recommending is that you do that either quarterly or semi-annually, so that at the end of the year you don't have to go through this huge process because you have so many capital assets and depreciation. It's just a monumental task and it delays everything, and that's pretty much what happened this year. Then you had some unexplained differences in your accounts payable listing. That's a software issue that staff is working on as well. And then you fell behind in reconciling cash. That, again, was a personnel issue that you took care of. By the end of the audit process, which was delayed a bit because of these issues, you had it right. But we wanted to point that out and bring that to your attention so that those are improved in the future, and you actually responded to that as well, and you're on the right track to be able to correct those in the future as well.
So there is a corrective action in place to address that second deficiency?
If you look at the top of page 10, their corrective action plan exists there.
Great. Thank you.
Then the next section of the report is section 3. These are 3 compliance and internal control issues surrounding the specific grants that are listed, if you look on page 10. These all have to do with allowable costs and cash management. And basically what ended up happening in these grants on 2010-1 and 2, on the 2 grants, is you can get advances within the grants, but what the Federal Register says is in cash management, you want to match up those advances or those drawdowns pretty quickly, and it's usually within 10 days to where you spend the money. Well, in these instances, and what we looked at here in the first finding, you had question costs to where you drew down monies, and you didn't match those with the expenditures for several months, and that's a no-no. All you do is we tell you about it. You didn't understand that. You understand it now. Cash management is a compliance issue that we look at, and we question costs in this instance, $1,896 of the $55,000 that we actually tested. And so question costs is something that's a compliance issue that we have to point out to you if those question costs would be projected and possibly be more than $10,000. So that's an issue. That was an overtime issue that the grant should not have paid for. You did restore that money. Everything's fine now, but that was something that we found in going through and auditing that program. You also have management corrective action plans for these findings as well, and you will correct that in the future. The next finding is very similar, except there were no question costs associated with finding number 2, 2010-02, but the same type of thing happened. You drew down cash and you didn't match it up within 10 days properly. So there were it took several months to get that matched up. You understand that process now, you didn't before, and you will take care of handling that properly in the future. The last finding is on page 13, and that had to do with your Energy Efficiency Conservation Block Grant. This has to do with procurement, suspension, and debarment. Whenever you spend federal monies and you spend it for any kind of projects, capital projects, buildings, anything of that nature, then you are supposed to go to a website, electronic site, called the EPLS listing, which is Excluded Parties List System, is what that stands for, to make sure that the vendor that you're hiring is not suspended or debarred in dealing with the project for federal dollars. You did not do that. Your grant people didn't recognize that that was a requirement of the grant. You do now, and all you need to do is anytime you spend federal dollars on any kind of capital project, you go to that list, make sure the vendor has not been suspended or debarred, you contract with them, and you move forward. And that's what that finding was about. That's the extent of the compliance audit. Again, a clean opinion. You had some findings. We talked about them. Management has corrective action plans. That's what the federal government expects to see in a compliance audit, and this will be submitted at the Federal Audit Clearinghouse.
Great. I really appreciate your presentation and your findings, and it sounds like we're doing almost everything right. And City Manager Flannery, do you feel comfortable with the management action plan for the 3 or 4 items that needed to have action?
I do, and I know that management staff met with Kim, and we are very comfortable with the approach. I think one thing I wanted to mention in response to Councilman Benson's inquiry is we're actually at about 20% reserve, not 3%.
Okay.
Approximately $12 million.
I thought we were over, but I didn't want to speak until the end about that. So, yeah, that's great. Well, again, I appreciate you being here and your presentation, and I am very glad to hear that we're in good fiscal condition. So, and thanks to staff for all the hard work that you do and for taking the action plans and getting right on making those corrections.
There are two letters that you have. The one letter that begins in planning and performing our audit, that is the management letter. It's more user-friendly than what we just covered, but you will see the two internal control issues in that document. I'm not going to cover that again with you. And the final letter that we have that is a requirement of our professional standards is the letter to governance that begins, we have audited the financial statements. Primarily what I want to raise in this is that we have professional standards that we communicate with you during the planning phase. We did that through a letter dated October 15th. We also need to come back to you and talk to you about the financial statements, let you know there are estimates included within the financial statements, and they are an integral part of the financial statements. The estimates that we think are significant are depreciation, compensated absences, and post-employment benefits. At the bottom of the first page, we talk about sensitive disclosures that are in the financial statements. Those we consider are deposits and investments, capital assets, long-term debt, and OPEB, or other post-employment benefits. We need you to know that we didn't encounter any difficulties in performing the audit, which is always positive. There is an attached schedule here of corrected and uncorrected or past adjustments, which we have covered with management, and we all agree that those are not significant to the financial statements, so we pass those. Disagreements with management, while we do have spirited discussions, we did not have any particular disagreements with management that we would have to qualify the opinion, and that's important for you to know as well. We did ask management to sign a letter that they did sign on June the 10th of 2011, indicating that they provided us with everything. And as far as management consultations with other consultants, to our knowledge, there were none, or we would know about those, or should know about those. And other audit findings or issues is that we have discussions during the year, but there were discussions that happened in the normal course of business and nothing that required us to do anything with our opinion to retain us. So with that, we have met our professional standards, and I can answer any other questions that you may have, hopefully.
I don't see anyone on the board, so we thank you for your time and appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. City Attorney Gaylor?
Yes, I'll bring the council's attention. It's not specifically addressed on the agenda, but the council needs to make a motion to accept the annual financial report and the federal grants report for the period ending December 31, 2010.
And can that be a voice vote, or will that need to be a roll call vote?
Voice is fine.
Okay. Councilman McEldowney?
I would move that council accept the comprehensive annual financial report for 2010, year ending December 31, and the federal awards report also ending period December 31, 2010.
Thank you. Councilman Bullock?
Second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those against? Okay, the motion has been approved. Again, thank you.
We do want you to know we appreciate your business, and if you have any other questions or follow-up, want us to attend a study session, please feel free to give us a call.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have a presentation by Xcel Energy regarding Xcel's Pipeline Integrity Management Program. I will now ask City Manager Jerry Flannery to introduce the representative from Xcel to come forward and make a presentation. Good evening, Mr. Aker.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Snyder and members of council. We've got Xcel Energy, and I'll introduce Preston Gibson to kind of lead this off, but they've asked to give a presentation in regards to the Xcel Pipeline project on what their safety requirements are.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem Snyder. It's a pleasure to be here this evening to present our integrity management presentation. We want to thank, at the beginning, at the outset, the help from your City Manager Jerry Flannery, as well as Deputy City Manager Tom Aker, in getting us on the agenda, because we know you have a crowded agenda, and we appreciate their making room for us on the agenda. So with that, I'd like to begin by introducing to you our Regional Vice President. He is Jerome Davis, and he's our Regional Vice President for Community and Customer Relations, and he'd like to take this opportunity to just say a few words to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Preston. Good evening,
Mayor Pro Tem Snyder, members of council.
Good evening.
Thank you for this opportunity to just say a few words about some of the activities certainly we have going on in your municipality. You'll be hearing some things here about some of the gas-related work we have in terms of infrastructure improvement or installation within the city. One of the things that, and you'll hear more detail brought forth from Preston here real quickly, but one of the more important things that I just wanted to touch on in front of council was one of the core values in everything that we do in terms of our work is the core value of safety. And that is the safety of our customers, which happen to be your constituents, the safety of the general public, which encompasses your citizens, and also the safety of our employees, who many of them live within the jurisdiction. So I say that to really reiterate the importance of safety in everything that we do. It's a core fabric. It's not something that we look at for a specific project. It's something that we do day in, day out. It's extremely important to us, and we don't take it lightly. So with that, I really appreciate your time tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Jerome, for being here this evening. Now, the presentation that we will give tonight is on our gas line integrity management program. We're offering this presentation as a result of franchise discussions, pipeline siting discussions, and so on that have taken place over the last several weeks to about 6 months here at your city. The goal of our presentation is to show you and the public basically the actions that we take to maintain and operate safe gas systems for all of our lines within the city that we currently have, and which include transmission and distribution as well as lateral lines. The reason that we are presenting this material is because Xcel Energy has and continues to implement integrity management work throughout all of our service territories. We're very interested in making sure that our communities are aware of what we're doing, and I can tell you that we put this presentation together several months ago. We've recently given it to the city of Brighton as well as to staff at the city of Arvada. But tonight's presentation is specifically tailored to Commerce City, and it will be given by Katie Helfritz, who is our Manager of Integrity Management Programs. And amongst other items, she will tell you that our gas lines are regulated by a number of federal as well as state agencies. In fact, federally, the Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, the National Transportation Safety Board, the Department of Homeland Security, and then from a state standpoint, we're regulated by no less than 6 state agencies. She will also provide inspection, pipeline protection, and maintenance information for a variety of pipeline sizes, from laterals to distribution lines to, of course, transmission lines. Now, before I call Katie to the pipeline or to the microphone, I want you to know that this presentation tonight is about integrity management. It's not really about the Cherokee natural gas pipeline. We have, as you might recall, on May 7th, we were here before your city council and gave you our pipeline presentation. We also recently, about 3 weeks ago, were at the Adams City High School at a public outreach meeting. We accepted comments from a number of attendees, and possibly some of the attendees here in your audience this evening might have attended that meeting as well. And in addition, of course, I think you're aware that on June 29, which is Wednesday, we're going to have another public outreach at the Stewart Middle School beginning at 5 p.m. So if anyone is interested in attending that, we would welcome their attendance. Now, I wanted to say that at the outset, but I also wanted to say that if you do have questions on the pipeline, we have a dedicated team that's here to answer those questions for you. In fact, what I would like to do is ask you to hold your questions until the conclusion of our integrity management presentation. But I'd like to go ahead and actually introduce the team that's here on hand this evening. And this is in no particular order, but I think it goes to show that Xcel Energy has a very strong commitment to this community and to this program, not only integrity management, but the Cherokee natural gas pipeline. So just quickly, I'm going to run over who's here this evening. Rob Osborne, our Director of Community Relations. Karen Riggenbach-Vaughn, our Manager of Enterprise Continuity. John Carson, our Manager, Gas Operations and Maintenance, Gary Sutherland, our Manager for Gas Capacity Planning, Doug Propp, our High-Pressure Gas Foreman, Chris Hardig, our Project Planner, Gas Engineering, Cheryl Dietrich, our Senior Agent, Right-of-Way and Permits, Paul Heald, Senior Project Manager and Engineer with ERS Corporation, John McDonald, Project Manager with Tetra Tech, and our Legal Counsel, Jim Albright. So I think you can see from this lineup, we are taking this very seriously, our commitment to the community, our commitment to building safe pipelines in your community, and our commitment to inspection with our integrity management program. So we are here this evening to answer any and all of your questions. Now, with that introduction, I'd like to ask Katie Helfrich to the microphone for the integrity management presentation. And Katie will give that presentation. And again, if we could wait till, you may have a few questions about the presentation during the presentation, but for your major questions, if we could wait till the end, or especially again, if you have Cherokee Pipeline questions, then we can answer them at that time. So, Katie, if I could ask you to come up and give your presentation. Thank you.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, before you start with the presentation, I would like to caution council to this entire process. You as a governing body for the City of Commerce City needs to listen to the presentation and keep your questions to an informative type question, and keep an open mind on this entire project, because the idea is to gather information here and not to prejudge anything, because you as a council need to assure both the citizens and public service company that you have an open mind on this entire project, site location and whatever, and you're gathering information at this point. If you have any questions on what I just said, please address them to me at this time.
Does anyone have any questions to that?
Okay.
No? Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, thank you. I'm going to go over gas overview. Pipeline integrity management programs will be the focus of my presentation tonight. Do I have the, oh, I do have the clicker, so. There we go. Okay, starting at a very high, broad level of the gas industry and as a whole within the United States, we have over 175 million residential, commercial, and industrial users of gas. And I'm talking about natural gas in this scenario. That includes over 2.4 million miles of gas pipelines running across our nation. As Preston and others mentioned, we are heavily regulated both by PHMSA, what we refer to as PHMSA, or the Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, the Department of Transportation, or the DOT, those are both at the federal level, National Transportation Safety Board, also at the federal level, Department of Homeland Security at the federal level, and then multitudes of state public utility commissions. For us in Colorado, our Public Utility Commission of the state of Colorado has direct oversight for the operations and maintenance of our gas system. Benefits of natural gas overall, I've listed 5 up here. It's a clean fossil burning fuel. It's a domestic product. 98% of the natural gas consumed in the United States is produced right here in North America. It's abundant. At our current production rates, our resources are estimated to be more than 2,000 trillion cubic feet. It's an efficient burning fuel, and it creates jobs. Almost over 1/4 of all energy used in the United States is directly linked to over 3 million jobs. We talked about safety a little bit, and I'm going to reiterate that throughout this presentation because I believe in that, and as Jerome and others said, we at Xcel Energy wholeheartedly believe in safety. The safe delivery of gas in our pipelines is key. It's key to us, and it's key to our customers, our employees, and everybody that we serve. Pipelines are the safest way to transport natural gas. The national pipeline safety continues to evolve and improve and grow. That's both at a national level, a state level, and then also internally within Public Service Company of Colorado. We're continually looking at ways to improve our safety. Public plays a big role in the safety. Excavation damage, and I'll show you this in a future slide, is our #1 threat to our gas pipeline system. And that's people, anybody from planting petunias or digging a post hole for their homes to the large diggers that hit our transmission or our distribution lines. This is an overview of the gas transmission system as a whole. It's just meant to kind of tell you how our system operates. In PSCO, we have our Public Service Company of Colorado, we have almost 2,400 miles of gas transmission pipe. Gas transmission pipe, if you think of a gas transmission pipe, it's like a highway. So it's the larger diameter pipe, higher pressure, carries a lot of the gas throughout the system from our purchase points into our distribution system, typically made up of steel pipelines. Transmission feeds into the distribution mains, which you can think of as like a rural road or something. That's over 21,000 miles that we have in the state of Colorado of distribution main, and that's comprised of steel, cast iron, and plastic. We have various polymers of plastic that we use for our distribution main. And then that feeds into our services, or those service laterals that feeds our homes, lights our pilot lights, our hot water heaters, et cetera. And we have over 1 million services in the public service territory. Each one of those also I didn't mention, but each one of those have different requirements around them in terms of safety, all in the design, the operations, and the maintenance of each of those lines. They all have very unique requirements in terms of compliance requirements around safety. This graph shows a breakdown of our profile, our PSCO transmission pipes, so those larger diameter pipelines that I talked about, just a breakdown by diameter, 4-inch or less. And then the category that you see the greatest is over 4-inch but less than 10-inch. So the majority of our pipelines, our transmission pipelines, are over 4-inch but less than 10-inch in diameter. And then we have also miles of pipe that are in those other categories over 10 and less than 20-inch, as well as over 20-inch up to 28-inch. This is a breakdown or a profile of our distribution system. So total system, miles of main, you saw from the other slide, there's a little over 21,000 miles of distribution main in our service, and it's comprised of those different pipe types. So the bare steel, coated cast iron, PE stands for polyethylene, PVC is polyvinyl chloride, CAB is cellulose acetate butyrate, and then unknown, which isn't really unknown, it's a records issue, meaning that it just wasn't noted at the time of installation, probably when the records weren't kept as robust as they are today. And then on the right-hand side, the number of services, the 1 million services broken down by those same categories. The evolution of our pipelines in Public Service Company of Colorado was such that cast iron was the early type of material that we used. Way back when, in the late 1800s, we actually had gas manufacturing plants, but the first actual pipelines were comprised of cast iron. Next came the bare steel pipeline. So bare steel, sometimes we'll refer to it as black or black steel, bare steel. It just means bare steel that has no cathodic protection or any type of protection wrapping on it. Then we started introducing the CAB. It was an early polymer. Characteristics that we know about that particular pipe is that it's brittle. It's prone to cracking. If it's around tree roots, things like that, it is susceptible to cracking. The next polymer in the industry was PVC, and that was the next type of PE pipe or polyethylene pipe that we installed in our system, and then eventually up to the PE, and that's what you see is comprised of the majority of our system today is the safer, less brittle type of polyethylene pipe. As I mentioned, we're highly regulated. With that, we do a couple, I've just pulled out some slides to illustrate what I mean by highly regulated. What type of activities do we actually do under these regulations, whether they're federal, state, or even within our own standards manual? We do leak survey. So what we do is every year, at least, and it depends on the frequencies depends on those bullet items that you see there, the location of the facilities, the type of the facilities and where they're located, like next to a hospital or a school, the type of pipe, so whether it's a PE like I talked about, or a cast iron or CAB, and then if there's known recent damage or other disruptive activity, that dictates how frequent we perform our leak survey. We use both a mobile survey where we go over and with a van that detects leaks on the gas pipelines. We use walking surveys where a person actually walks the lines to detect the leaks. And on our high-pressure system, we also use helicopter survey to detect leaks. It varies between those 12 and 60-month intervals, depending on the criteria listed above, and it can include special surveys. So, for instance, if we overpressure the system or if there's been damage because of natural forces or something, we will conduct a special survey. Another example of how we're regulated is cathodic protection surveys. So when I talked about the steel pipe that we have in our system, particularly the pipe that is wrapped, or fusion bond is another type of cathodically protected pipe, or a wrapped type of pipe that we use. We also perform a cathodic protection survey. Again, it depends on different factors, the type of the system, whether it's a rectified system or an anode system, the location of those pipes, the pipe types, and special circumstances. Again, the intervals for the frequency of those surveys vary depending on the pipe types and the length and proximities. Special surveys are also done on occasion, and then we have repair times that are mandated by code. So when we discover that a steel system that is intended to be cathodically protected is not adequately protected, thereby could result in corrosion of that steel, we have code that mandates how soon we have to troubleshoot those systems and then actually make repairs. So what are integrity management programs? Preston said I'm going to talk primarily about integrity management programs. Basically, they're a more proactive approach to what code requires. It's at the highest level, and we don't like to think of it this way, but it's the business we're in because we are highly regulated. They're federal mandates that were passed by Congress. The first one that was passed was the Transmission Integrity Management Program, and I'll refer to it later as TIMP. That was passed by Congress in 2003, and what that program said that every operator in the United States of a gas transmission system has to identify all of their transmission pipelines. They have to identify those pipelines that run through high consequence areas. They have to build a baseline plan on how they're going to assess those pipelines, and then they have to take proactive measures to mitigate risks that we find. And I'm going to show you that in a little bit more detail. Later in 2009, Congress passed the Distribution Integrity Management Program, or what I'll refer to as DIMP, and that stated that in 18 months, every operator of a gas distribution system across the United States had to have a written DIMP plan in place and implemented. So for us and every other operator of distribution systems, that means by August 2nd of this year, we have to have a DIMP plan written and in place, and we are on track to do so. Basically, the proactive approach, it's really saying we want you to do more than code requires. We want you to find ways to be proactive rather than reactive. We want you to predict leaks rather than find and fix leaks. It's a whole paradigm shift, really, and a different mindset around safety. But the basic premise behind all of them is know your assets, know what kind of pipe you have, what size of pipe, where it's at, what year it was installed, things like that. Understand the risks and threats to those pipelines. Be proactive in dealing with those threats. Keep records. Continuous reporting. There's certain reporting requirements that we've always had to do, and there will be more stringent reporting requirements with these programs. And then continuous improvement. We have to continually look at ways that we can improve our integrity management programs. I mentioned the requirements of TIMP. These are 16 elements. I'm not going to go through them. It's just really to show you the order of magnitude of the prescriptive nature of the Transmission Integrity Management Program. We at Public Service Company of Colorado and Xcel Energy have to follow every one of these 16 elements of a TIMP program. Likewise, a DIMP program, so the Distribution Integrity Management Program. These are 7 requirements for DIMP. So obviously the list is not as long. It's not as prescriptive as the TIMP requirements. One of the main differences between the two, to just put it in simple terms, is the requirements are around identifying high consequence areas on the transmission side is not a requirement on the distribution side, because if you think about it, the transmission pipelines in some cases run through rural areas, not highly populated in some cases, whereas the distribution system and the distribution pipelines tend to run through the metro areas. And so really everything's a high consequence area because of the dense population that they're around. Again, the same things, though, knowing your system, identifying your threats, prioritizing your risk, mitigating those risks, the continuous improvement and reporting. This map, there was some interest that was voiced to us about just if we could give a sense of pipeline structures and in the state of Colorado. This map actually shows more than just natural gas. It shows other commodities. I know it's not real easy to see, but in the red is the interstate highways that run throughout the state of Colorado. The green is generation. The purple is our natural gas lines, and I'll show you another view of this that you can see a little bit. But the intent is just to get a feel for there's other commodities, there's other assets, there's other activities that run throughout the state of Colorado other than just natural gas. This particular map is the same one, state of Colorado, and all of those fingers that you see in the purple that are in that densely populated area in blue, that's the Denver metro area, the Front Range, if you will, area, going all the way down to the southwest portion of the state, to the western slope on the west end, extending north into Wyoming, the northwest area, and some down into the south and east. But really, it's just to give you a sense of how vast our transmission system is. Again, it runs through rural areas, and it runs through very highly populated metro areas in multiple communities. So Commerce City is not unique in where the pipelines are running or where they are operating to serve the communities that we serve. This is just a blow-up. It's more that metro area, more of a detail. So as you see, if you can, towards the lower part of the map, you'll see a brightness is highlighted there, and then towards the left is the Commerce City area. And really, again, it's just meant to show you that the different pipelines that run around the different communities that we live. This particular map has Arapahoe County, Adams County, Boulder, Gilpin County, etc. This is a further delineation. This is the City of Commerce City boundaries, so this is the service territory that we serve, delineated in that pink area. The profile specifically for Commerce City is such. The total number of miles of gas services, so what we do is we have an average length of a gas service, and we multiply that times the number of gas services in the city. So that's 15,000, a little over, or 15,642 miles of services, and 152 miles of distribution. It's comprised of 133 black, or that bare steel that I mentioned earlier, over 6,000 of another type of steel, and this is the cathodically protected, the coated, the fusion bond coated mill wrap, those types of steel pipes. And then the majority of it, as you'll see, is 9,000 is the polyethylene. So the majority of the system in Commerce City, the distribution system, is made out of the later polymer polyethylene pipe, and then there's a small amount of PVC pipe. Total miles of gas main is, and that, just for clarification, that previous slide just spoke just to services. So the gas main by material, there's 291 miles of main. Cast iron, very little bit. There's about 5 feet left. I'm going to talk a little bit about a cast iron replacement program here in a minute. 111 miles of steel. And again, the majority of the gas distribution main miles in the City of Commerce City are the polyethylene or the newer polymer. Our primary threats that I talked about, you got to know your system, so you have to know what kind of pipelines you have, the size, the type, et cetera. The second basic premise of integrity management programs is understand your threats to your system. These threats are categories that we report every year to the Department of Transportation on a common form. It's an annual report that we're required to file as a gas operator. So these are threat categories as defined by the Department of Transportation. Our primary threat by large and for many, many years, and also historically within the gas industry, is third-party damage, by far. And that's excavation, again, what I mentioned, people hitting our gas lines. It could be anything from a gas line is not marked adequately, people do not respect the marks when they call the notification center, or various reasons, but by far and historically, it's always been the third-party damage. Incidents on transmission pipe. This graph is not for Public Service Company of Colorado. This is an industry graph. And the reason I threw this in here, and you'll see below, the data is DOT or PHMSA pipeline incident data as of January 19th, 2011. It shows you multiple years, but really the trend is, and the main takeaway from this graph is, the trend in terms of pipeline incidents on transmission pipelines with death or major injury are declining. They have been on the decline and they continue to be on the decline. More stringent programs such as the Integrity Management Program, changes in technology, more focus on safety, best practices, sharing ideas with others in the industry are some of the reasons that we're able to have an effect on that downward trend. This graph is for PSCO transmission from 2006 to 2011, and as you'll see, the number of incidences on the public service transmission have been 3 in 2007 and 1 in 2010, resulting in 0 fatalities and 0 injuries. And we're very proud of that track record. I mean, we don't like to see any incidences, surely, but when we have incidences, we definitely are proud of the fact that we don't have any fatalities or injuries in those. And I think you saw that in that previous graph of the industry. The trend is down, and that's true for us as well. So I mentioned the excavation risk or the third-party damage as our #1 threat to our system. What are we doing about that? That's another component of an integrity management program. We have to mitigate that risk. Some of the examples and things that we're doing to mitigate excavation risk are we have a very robust damage prevention program. We have a department, full-time department staff dedicated solely for damage prevention. We have items, what we call frequent offenders lists. So if we have particular contractors, vendors, even homeowners that continue to hit our pipelines and damage our facilities, we try to do some outreach and education with them, first of all. And if we need to, we evoke some of the civil penalties that we're able to under the Colorado statutes. We're very active in the national 811 call before you dig, calling for a pipeline locate or any facility locate, whether it's for a gas pipeline, electric, cable, whatever, is a state law. We're a member of the Common Ground Alliance, or the CAG, where we're able to have access to and share best practices around damage prevention. And then we're active in legislative or local changes to address one-call laws. Mitigation of corrosion risk. What we're finding in our transmission integrity management program, one of the threats that we're finding is corrosion. But the other threat that we're seeing is, again, the third-party damage, where our pipelines, our transmission pipelines have been damaged and then just covered up without being reported to us. So what we're doing about the corrosion risk, we've got improvements in corrosion protection. We're constantly looking at new technology around corrosion protection and cathodic protection methods. We're looking at works and gas quality monitoring, because the quality of the gas that comes into our pipeline can have a direct effect on internal corrosion of those pipelines. We're looking at monitoring equipment at major interconnect points. So we've got some more of an automated way to monitor the cathodic protection at those major interconnect points. The picture that you're seeing here is what we call an inline inspection tool, or what we refer to in the industry as a PIG. This is one of the tools that we're utilizing as part of our transmission integrity management program as one of our assessment methods to understand the integrity of our individual transmission pipelines. So what we do is actually run this tool through the pipeline. We install what we call a launcher and a receiver, and we launch from one end of the pipeline, the tool, and then we receive it at the other end. These are very sophisticated tools that have sensors on them, magnets, things like that, that'll give us GPS readings. They're able to tell us where our welds are, where bends are, where wrinkles are, where there's internal corrosion, where there's dents, just about anything you want to know about the pipeline. For PSCO, our integrity management program, we started out when it was first passed with some of the more rudimentary assessment methods, and we've since gone to the more sophisticated inline inspection method utilizing tools that you're seeing here. There's other risks that we talked about. So what are we doing about those? One of the things we have is an accelerated pipe replacement program. We actually have a couple pipe replacement programs. Right now, we have very active programs to replace all of the cast iron, the bare steel, and the polyvinyl chloride, or the PVC pipe that's in our system. It's a multi-year, multi-million-dollar program. We've also just launched a similar accelerated replacement program to replace all the CAB pipe in our system. We're working very hard at improving data collection and quality because, as I stated, one of the primary elements of the integrity management programs is to know your system. So when we've got a pipeline system that was installed many, many years ago, sometimes the data is not all accurate or available for the amount of analysis that we want to do. So we're working hard on IT projects, software, risk analysis software, things that we can that will help that. We're looking at locate, standby, and protecting critical lines. We already have a system where we stand by on our our high-pressure gas lines. So if someone calls the locate center and we are aware that there's going to be digging activity around our high-pressure lines, we actually use our operations folks to go out and stand by and witness that activity. We've reassessed and actually adjusted our frequency of leak survey. So I mentioned that we have code requirements on how often we have to do leak survey. We're actually accelerating that. So there's certain pipe types where we've chosen to not just do what the minimum code tells us to do, but we're actually doing it more frequently than we need to do. We're looking at new technology all the time in identifying threats. That inline inspection tool that I showed you, there's amazing work, R&D, and technology and new inline inspection tools, particularly on the what we call unpiggable, or the smaller diameter lines, where there's not tools available today. So we're constantly looking at that. And then public awareness and outreach. That's very big for us. We mentioned earlier that safety is a core value at Xcel Energy, and it is safety for our public, our employees, and also facilities. So with that, we have a very robust public awareness and outreach program. A little bit about the public awareness summary. It's a commitment. It's part of the Code of Federal Regulations. On an annual basis, we do meetings with emergency officials, public officials, excavators, and the affected public, which includes gas customers. We do campaigns in our bill inserts. You've probably seen some billboards, things like that. But being able to educate the public about safety and have the public aware of that is very paramount to what we're doing. This just is one of those resources for public service. It's an actual website, which is from what we call PAPA, or Public Association for Public Awareness. But I urge you to go to it if you haven't already gone to this website, especially if there's members of your city that are emergency, and as we know you have them, emergency officials, things like that. But there's different links and information that's for different entities that you can get information on. And then one last thing, how can we work together to support these efforts? And I say these efforts, it's all about safety. Timely permitting. When I say permitting, it's not only for new pipelines, but in my case, in the area that I particularly manage, and John Carson, who runs gas operations, is permitting for the constructions of these launchers and receivers and other modifications that we might have to make to our pipelines. Sharing of paving schedules so that we can do our leak survey ahead of your paving and not disrupt that schedule. First responder coordination, any opportunity to increase coordination or communication between ourselves and yourselves, and absolutely promoting the call before you dig to try to have an impact on those excavation damages. That's all I had. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Thank you. Councilman McEldowney?
Thanks very much for the presentation. This was not actually part of our packet. Would it be possible to get a soft copy of this sent to staff so that we can get a copy and make it available for citizens on the website as well?
Yeah, we can provide one.
Okay, great. Let me just follow that with a few questions. You used the definition of high consequence areas, and that, I think in general terms, means anytime it's in proximity to homes or businesses of a greater than no concentration. Can you talk about how that high consequence area influences pipeline placement relative to distance from the pipeline to to structures, concentrations of residences, schools, et cetera?
I'm going to attempt to answer your question the way I think you're asking the question. In terms of pipeline placement, certainly with the high consequence areas, when we do studies in terms of looking at pipeline placements, even if it's a replacement or a reroute, we take that into consideration. It's our desire to have our facilities, away from as far as possible as we can. However, as we all know, we've had pipelines in the ground for many, many years, and we've had infrastructure grow around our pipelines. So it is a consideration, but in some cases, in order to move the gas to the point that we need it to be, it will be in a populated area.
The one piece I didn't hear there is distances. So with a transmission pipeline, for example, like the pipeline on the table for discussion, what are the recommended distances from that pipeline to, let's say, a home or a school?
Actually, it's not really measured in terms of recommended districts. Distances. I'm sorry. We don't have a chart that says this distance for this pipeline size we should be this far away or anything. And I think probably the team that have specifically worked on the engineering and the study for the Cherokee pipeline would be better served in answering that question.
Okay. I'll hold that for them then. And then the other piece that I was curious about is that are there any implications to land use in a corridor where a transmission pipeline has been placed? So once a pipeline of this size has been put in the ground, does that influence in any way the type of land use that you can then take advantage of in that area? So again, more of a distance from pipe in the ground to structures and type of activity. What are how does that change the equation?
That's. I don't know that the answer I'll provide will satisfy what you're asking. From my perspective, it doesn't change the land use. From our perspective, we want our pipelines, we continually fight encroachment, let me put it that way. So we want our pipelines into dedicated easement, things like that, so that we can operate and maintain them. We operate and maintain them in a safe manner. I think you saw that from the presentation. But as far as I know, in terms of altering land use and everything, I'm not aware of a pipeline altering.
So hypothetically, we have a pipeline that comes in where it doesn't exist today. Zoning exists along that corridor in a certain way, either through existing zoning or future planned zoning. Once that pipeline is in the ground, are there any factors that having that pipeline in the ground would cause one to change intended land use?
Not that I'm aware of, and I don't believe that I'd be the appropriate person. Not that I'm aware of, but there's probably more appropriate people to answer that.
Councilman McEldowney, we do have a team back here that can hopefully answer these kinds of questions. I did just canvass with them, and they're unaware of any minimum distances between a pipeline and a particular land use. And I can tell you that based on my involvement in this program, depending on the type of land use, the gauge or the wall thickness of the pipe can increase. So I think that's what we do to mitigate any, let's say, closeness or particular land use in the close vicinity of the pipeline.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a question. It's probably a pretty simple one for you, but the Clean Air, Clean Jobs Act was passed by the legislature in April of 2010. Is this project part of that plan?
Yes.
It is. Okay, thank you. Did you want to add to that?
No, are we talking about the Cherokee Pipeline project now?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Right,
Thanks. Councilman Benson.
Yes, thank you for your presentation tonight. I have these on because it's easier for me to hear, obviously. And I want to address this to Mr. Gaylor. I mean, I understand about quasi-judicial proceedings. Normally, we're only supposed to hear things during that proceeding. Obviously, we're hearing a lot of information, both at the open houses, and I think that what you're saying is that we need to maintain an
Well-
open mind, even though we're hearing a lot of information that's not actually a part of the hearing, we just need to maintain an open mind. Is that what you're
Right.
saying?
And
Okay.
to make it clear, this evening is not a quasi-judicial proceeding. This is a information gathering presentation, if you
Right.
will. And this information is helpful to the city council.
Right.
And all was saying earlier, and I've discussed with each of you, or most of you earlier, that you keep an open mind on the entire project, because there has been indications made that that may not be the case. And all I'm saying is that, from my perspective, from a legal point of view, you need to keep an open mind, because Public Service Company has come here with the idea of presenting information, not for the purpose of engaging in a contentious discussion. That's what I was trying to avoid.
Right. And I guess it's pretty clear that we're all going to, during that quasi-judicial proceeding, that before we have a vote, we're going to be taking into account what we've learned here tonight and at the open houses that they've put on. So I just want to make sure that's not going to be, because we can't get all of this information in a pure quasi-judicial proceeding where the only evidence that we consider comes out during that proceeding. I don't know how we can possibly do that at this point, because we've all heard all this information. But anyway, as long as we maintain an open mind. I think that, your goal is laudable, to get rid of your coal-fired furnaces that generate electricity and convert that to natural gas. There's no doubt about that it's environmentally correct, and it's a good thing to be doing. And there's no doubt in my mind that you're going to do everything physically possible to build a pipeline that's going to be structurally sound. It's not going to rupture on its own or anything else. But the unknown here, and I think you've said it several times, third-party damage by far, excavation damage by far, is the leading cause of accidents. And nobody here has any control over that. I mean, it's not going to be your fault if somebody takes a bulldozer and rips a hole in the pipeline. It's not going to be my fault or anybody else's except the operator of that machinery for not calling you to get the location of the pipeline absolutely determined.
Can I make,
Sure.
I just want to make one point of clarification on that, and just so we all understand. When I said third-party damage or the excavation, that's the number one threat to our distribution system.
Right. No, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
not transmission. I just wanted to make that clarification.
But it's, that's something over which no one has any control except the person actually doing the excavating. I mean, you can do everything that you can in your power, physically, chemically, whatever, but if somebody is stupid enough to go out there and dig into one of your pipelines, there's going to be a problem, I think. And I'm glad to see that there haven't been that many problems with the PSCO pipelines. Could you go back to that slide that showed the various pipelines around the metro area?
The map or the
map,
chart? Or
the map that showed the Denver metro area.
that particular one?
That one right there.
Yeah.
I was just, is there another 24-inch pipeline in the metro area? There's probably one there, but I just can't see it.
There is a 24-inch pipeline. I don't believe it's depicted on this particular one. It would be south of Denver. Running north, yeah. Is Littleton shown on there?
Okay, the 24.
Yeah, the one going north, and then there's the Littleton lateral.
Right there.
on this?
It's just that from what I can see here, they're like, there's 4 inches, 10 inches, 16 inches, 20 inches. I mean, by far the largest number. And these are your distribution system, right? The 4 and 16 and.
Yeah, I guess on the one slide, which you can tell from our.
I see that.
We have I think it was over 400 miles of 10-inch through 28-inch pipe also.
All right. But it seems like that this pipe would be, there wouldn't be any pipes in the metro area that are going to be any bigger than this, and this would be, there might be some other 24-inch pipes, but.
Let me do this. Let me introduce this gentleman standing beside me. I think you might remember him from the last time he appeared before you, but just for the record, his name is Chris Hardig. He is our project manager in planning this pipeline, and I think he may want to go over through this map in some detail, so please feel free.
Okay. Unfortunately, you can't see the one pipeline. It'd be off the bottom of the page. It's what's called our Littleton Lateral. It starts off on the very, eastern fringe of Parker, basically, Kerry, and runs all the way across town through Highlands Ranch and pretty much dead ends about C470 and Santa Fe, at which point then it turns into a 20-inch. It turned 16, and then there's some 20 that head to the north. But that would be kind of in this area. That's a 24-inch and runs that entire distance, which is probably a good 30, 40 miles of 24-inch. And that one has slightly less. I think it's a 600-pound MAOP, which is still a lot of pressure on that size of pipeline.
What was that MAOP? What?
Maximum allowable operating pressure. Sorry.
All right.
Get this up where I'm a
I
little
guess the
taller.
only point, I'm just trying to figure out how many other pipes are 24 inches, and there aren't very many. This would be an unusually sized pipe for a highly populated area, I would say, like we have here.
Well, then, Doug, there's the 24-inch Yosemite line that comes down through here. And then, where's the West Town border line, Gary? There's a 20-inch West Town border that comes out of Yosemite up in this area, comes across and wraps the whole west side of town, and that's a 1,000-pound pipeline.
All right.
There's a 16-inch 1,000-pound pipeline, runs along 96th Avenue. There's this 16-inch that comes out of right here, runs all the way up to Boulder, basically. So we have quite a few large diameter pipelines running 700 to 1,000 pounds all throughout the metro area.
So what is going to be the source of the gas?
The source of the gas will come from various production fields, some in Weld County, Wyoming, Utah, western Colorado.
But that's all being pumped into the area.
It eventually all comes in at right around Fort Lupton. Various pipelines that come in from the production fields out of
Which way is the gas going?
It's coming from north to south.
Going from north, and the generating station is going to be at the Cherokee Generating Station.
Right.
Okay. It's all collected in Fort Lupton, and you've got to get it south down to the Cherokee Generating Station.
Right. That's the place of the most adequate supply that we could obtain.
And is the whole pipeline going to be 24-inch?
Yes, it will be.
All right. I heard the word cathodic protection. What exactly does that mean?
Basically, it's an electric. It's the system that basically. I'm trying not to get too technical about it, but it keeps the pipe from rusting, is what it is.
Sure.
And there's various ways. There's two different types. Both of them use another material that you put in the ground, either what we call sacrificial anodes that go real close to the pipe, or there's other remote anode beds, but basically what happens is those corrode away and the pipe doesn't. And over time, as those corrode away, you go back and replace those.
All right, it's just an anti-corrosion method.
Exactly.
All right.
Right.
When you go through a road, are you going to go underneath the road, or are you going to cut the road?
We will be boring most every crossing.
I mean, I know at E470 you're going to have to bore.
Right.
For sure, but...
And it really, just about any minor or major arterial.
Okay.
Again, and that's really dependent on your public works departments in the various, but typically most everybody anymore requires bored crossings of those waterways.
All right. I guess my next question would be, I know I got this notice tonight. It was addressed to me here. And I had thought that the notices were going to be sent out to people in my area, the Ward 2 area. And I don't know, is anybody here tonight from Ward 2 who got one of these notices in the mail? Anybody? No, Gene, you're not in the Ward 2 area, so you got it. But I know I didn't get one in my regular mail. Mr. Cordero is right down the street from me. He didn't get one. Mr. Flannery didn't get one. Ms. Teeter didn't get one, and Mr. McEldowney didn't get one. We all live in that area, and we're having this meeting Wednesday night right in the middle of Ward 2 at Stewart Middle School, and I'm just concerned that nobody in Ward 2 got one of these notices.
May I address your concern, Counselor?
Sure.
First, I'd like to say that what we're doing tonight and what we have been doing for the past 6 or 8 weeks is what I call above and beyond what is required by your ordinances. It's very, very important to us as a company to go out and solicit public input prior to the selection of what we called a final selection of the pipeline route. Your regulations, in fact, your conditional use permit, which we'll have to apply for, and we will apply for that conditional use permit probably within the next 2 months or so, will require a community meeting. It will also require public notification of people within 300 feet of the pipeline. What we have done in this particular instance is we have notified people within 500 feet of the proposed pipeline. And so anyone within your community would have received a notice if they're within, in theory, unless there was some particular issue, they would have received a notice if they're within 500 feet of the proposed pipeline. And so we actually looked on a map, and much of your community is not within 500 feet. It's far in excess of that. In fact, we understand that by looking at a map, that your home itself is over 1,000 feet from the pipeline. But your regulations only require notification within 300 feet. That's after we apply for the conditional use permit. So we are very interested, contrary to your statement, we're very interested in public comment. That's why we have held the Adams City High School open house for outreach. That's why this week we're going up into your community and holding another open house. And we also are holding an open house up in the city of Brighton, and we've already held one up in Brighton or the Fort Lupton area. So this is above and beyond what is required by any regulations to date. We have not made any formal applications, and I should also say that we have not chosen a pipeline route. We have what we call a preferred pipeline route that seems to best fit all the criteria that we used in analyzing a route for this project. We also have a couple of alternatives. We've analyzed many, many alternatives, but the bottom line is as your attorney said, keep an open mind. We are still also keeping an open mind as to where this pipeline should ultimately be located. So that hopefully explains that. But in addition, I want to tell you that we have put public notice in the newspaper.
Right.
We've additionally, we have a website that's devoted to this pipeline. We have a hotline. If your residents were to call the hotline, they'd probably find out about the meeting. And in addition, anyone who signs up at the outreach meetings with with an email address will receive notification. So we're doing everything we can to reach out to the community and gather input, because it is important to us before we make the final decision on the pipeline route.
Well, did the Stewart Middle School or School District 27J receive a notice of this hearing? I mean, Stewart Middle School is about 90 feet away from...
Well, you know, we took a look at that, and we believe that the closest building to where the pipeline might be located is about 500 feet away, the closest building to where the pipeline would be located. We're looking at, if we locate it within this particular right-of-way, probably the northern reaches of the right-of-way. So we're looking at about 500 feet to the closest building. Did they receive a notice? I would assume they did, although I don't have a list of everyone who was noticed.
I was just concerned that nobody that I talked to where I live got a notice, but...
I understand.
And I'm looking at the project schedule. March of 2011, route analysis, preferred route chosen. April 2011, aerial survey work complete. May 2011, preliminary engineering nearing completion. And then, for the first time, May and June of 2011, public open houses on the project. And in summer 2011, the detailed engineering begins. But if what you're telling me is that no decision has been made yet, and that your minds are open to looking at maybe some alternative routes, that's what I like to hear.
Well, that's my commitment to you. That's our company's commitment. Otherwise, why would we be holding outreach meetings? There would be no need for them. So
I guess I wish that maybe you'd done this 6 months ago before.
Well, we do have a fairly tight time frame. It's based on HB 10-1365, the Clean Air, Clean Jobs bill, as well as the Public Utilities Commission approval of that and our implementation program. So we are moving quickly. We do have some mandates to get to certain time frame points at certain times, but we are keeping an open mind on this pipeline route. We've not chosen a route, and we have a preferred route, again, that seems to fit most of the criteria with which we use to analyze. So hopefully that's a response that satisfies your concerns.
Well, and believe me, I understand that the pipeline has to go somewhere, or I don't get any more hot water, or several people don't either. So I understand it's got to go someplace, and I hope that we're going to be able to reach some reasonable, hopefully an agreement on that subject. So thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Teeter.
Yes, good evening, and I wanted to thank the lady for giving such a very informative presentation. And I want to thank all of you for having this heavily regulated pipeline by the federal and state agencies to search for corrosion and find it before an incident does happen. A question I had about your presentation was, which one, there was PED and PE and coated steel pipe, which one of those are the most durable, and which one is going to be placed in this area or project?
Well, this particular pipeline is going to be fusion bonded epoxy. It's sort of a coated
Okay,
pipeline
coated.
that's actually chemically bonded to the metal itself through a heat process. So that's the proposed system to protect this particular pipeline. I don't know if, Katie, you wanted to offer any other information?
Yeah, really just to summarize, when you refer to those other PE and the PVD, and those are plastic type of pipes, polymers. This particular pipeline, the Cherokee pipeline, will be of steel. Okay. And then with the fusion bond or that epoxy coating that Preston just described. So none of the plastics that you're looking at on that list. This will be a steel pipeline.
And how thick will this steel be?
Half-inch? Half-inch wall.
Okay, and how deep are they planted?
4 feet is the typical.
4 feet?
4 feet of cover, to the top of the pipeline, so 4 feet depth of cover.
Okay, and my last question is, do you have the alternative route? Could you share that with us?
It's on your card.
We actually have two alternative routes that we have, that we're continuing to analyze, and I could ask, I think, John, do you have that DVD or CD that you could give to staff, and they can put that up on the screen? Then we can all look at it at the same time. Are there any other questions while he finds that?
No, that's the last of mine. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, thank you.
Councilman McElDowney?
Thanks, Preston. I just did have one question I failed to answer or ask earlier regarding the incidents that occurred, the three that were noted since 2007. Those were transmission or distribution, and what was the nature of those events?
I think, Katie, you can respond to that.
The three incidents that you're asking about, those were transmission, and three in 2007, correct? That was your question?
I thought you had a total of 3 since 2007? I
No,
don't have
3 in 2007, that was transmission.
Okay. And then there was one in 2010?
One in 2010, that was on a 6-inch line in Eagle County.
And on the 2007 items, the transmission, what was the nature of those events?
The first one was on a 6-inch line in Crested Butte. It was excavation damage, and it was really delayed excavation. Someone had done damage to our line and covered it up and not made notification to us, and we discovered it later. The second one, it was in January of 2007. It was on that 24-inch line in Highlands Ranch, and that was due to ground movement, so what we call natural forces. When I talked about those different threats, that would have been a natural force, the ground movement. And then the third one was on a 6-inch line in Loveland. That was in September of 2007, and that was, again, excavation damage.
Just out of curiosity, on the Highlands Ranch item, the ground movement, was that due to highly active soils, or was it like a clay soil, a sandy soil? I mean, what sort of ground movement was behind that?
You know, it was during the wintertime, so I was not directly involved in that incident, so I don't know if it was an issue of frost heave or anything like that, but I do know it was ground movement.
Okay.
And in all three cases, there was no explosions or anything involved in any of those incidences.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Could I also offer just a brief comparison, which might be helpful? If you look at the statistics, there have been 0 fatalities in Colorado in the last 10 years, or probably more. The data goes back 10 years relative to any gas pipelines, whether there are gas pipelines or others in the state. Our pipelines cover over 2,400 miles in length. And if you take a look at that compared to, I don't know if this is of interest, but it was kind of interesting to look up to me. If you look at the state highway mileage, we've got a little over 9,000 miles, and just in 1 year, in the last report, 382 people died. Just 1 year on 9,000 miles of freeway. So that comparison, I don't know if it makes any sense to you, but to me, it indicates the level of safety that we aspire to and achieve. And if you look at the record, you look at the graph that Katie Helfritz showed earlier, it shows a trend going down where the pipelines are actually getting safer and have been getting safer for at least the last 25 or so years. This is a state-of-the-art pipeline as well. So with many safety features that I could go over if you'd like me to. But I think, Councilor Teeter, you had some questions on the routing, the alternative routes. Did you want us to explain those, or what?
Well, I'd like to see them. I didn't look at the postcard yet because it was in my packets, and I thought the audience would like to know that as well.
Okay. Maybe I could ask, would that be Paul? Would you want to come up here and explain the alternatives, or Chris?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Paul Heald. I'm a program manager, project manager with URS. I've been involved with this particular route selection for about 9 months. We have the proposed route that we've been talking about, which is the red route shown on the screen in front of us. That's the one that we're quantifying proposed, preferred, whatever words may go. We have 2 alternatives also shown. They are the blue lines. Is there a laser?
Top button on that.
Top button. There we go. I apologize for you folks having to turn around and get a crick in your neck since I can't point to your screens. But there's one of the blue lines wiggling down through to get to the Cherokee Power Plant, and there's also another one. Can we move the viewport down just a little bit? Just a little bit more, if you would, please. Thank you. So the blue lines come down, and they come through portions of Adams County and Weld County up to the north. Can't get the light to work. There we go. Running through north to south, and then it hits some other features to come across, then parallels the railroad, and then ends up getting down to where the Cherokee Power Plant is. The other one comes across and comes down the railroad. Those are the two alternatives that we've identified as the best alternatives to the proposed route for a variety of reasons. Each of those do have some issues and some challenges with construction, with location, with exposure to the public in general, with them being near highways. So is that kind of the explanation that you were hoping for?
Somewhat. What highway was it, 85? Highway 85?
Highway 85 is this one, which is the most western of the routes. And the second alternative parallels that same Highway 85 for a portion of the route.
Okay, that's what I needed to know.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Bullock?
Yes, I was wondering, when you're selecting a vendor to do your infrastructure, what are their qualifications and what are the safety records on those? And how exactly do you select the vendors that do the work itself, putting the pipeline in?
Well, Counselor, I'm sure I can't answer that, but let me see if I can find somebody who can.
Hi, I'm Gary Sutherland, Manager of Gas Planning. We go through a pretty rigorous pre-qualification criteria, and some of the things that we do look at are the safety aspects of the contractors that are being asked to bid. They've got a track record of putting in many miles of transmission pipe or distribution pipe. Obviously we're looking for transmission pipe here, but they have to have their employees have to be qualified in order to do welding, for example. They have to pass tests in order to be able to weld on it. We do a check of their abilities to weld through x-rays of each of the individual welds that go on throughout the entire length of the pipeline. They have to meet all OSHA requirements. We check all those things to make sure that whatever contractor that we have out there, they're going to put in a quality product for us.
Okay. And follow up to that, I know a lot of companies, when they bid out a job, they are looking for economics. And so, generally speaking, a lot of times the lowest bidder wins. And not saying that the low bid isn't quality work, but it generally speaks for itself. What is your criteria on your bid process?
We will look at the best bid and factoring in the quality of the response that we get back. We have a pretty stringent list of criteria that we look at. If they are weak on responding to a certain part of that, that gets factored into that. Certainly price is of concern, but we're also looking at other things in order to make sure that we get the best bid, not necessarily the lowest.
Do you look at any of their previous work?
Yes. They provide us information, references and things like that we can check up on. Usually the people that we have bid, we've done business with before, so we have a track record with several contractors, either local or nationally. We also have other service territories outside of Colorado. We can learn about some of those contractors and what kind of job they did for us in other parts.
Is that information open to the general public so that we could look at the records of the people that are the vendors that would be doing the work?
I think and Jim might help me, I don't think we can release the competitive bids.
I don't mean the bids itself.
Okay.
After you select a vendor, that vendor's work or previous work somebody could check back on it, see what their safety record is, because your safety record seems to be impeccable, but it doesn't always mean that the people that do work for you have impeccable safety records. So this would be something that, as a general public speaking, would it be possible for, after you have selected the people to do the work, to check on that?
Good evening, Councilman Bullock. Rob Osborne, Director of
Yes,
Community
sir.
Relations. How you doing?
All right.
To respond to your question, on major projects like this one, what we do is we typically identify who the selected bidding contractor is, and then what we do is a continued public outreach and performance protocol where we actually have a website, emergency hotline numbers. We routinely have public outreach meetings coordinated with the cities, counties that the project's affected with through the construction process so that the contractor is getting updates to the community about where they are in their processes with the construction. So once that the contractor is selected, they're added to our team list, and we transparently keep that information on a website. As an example, we have a project, Edwards to Minturn, up in the Vail Mountain Valley, which I think you were just up there
Yes,
last
sir.
week, on Route 6. And we have a website that's active that identifies the contractor and emergency numbers for the company and the contractor. So to answer your question, if anyone in the public was interested in that particular contractor service record, they can look up that particular contractor, not directly through Xcel Energy, but through other forms on the internet or review, in news articles and things like that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Carson.
I just had a question. Does the content of the soil make any difference? I know, like out here, we have a lot of that bentonite soil in places. Does that affect these pipelines whatsoever?
That's an engineering question. I probably need to have an engineer come up to the microphone.
I would say, because of the depths of the soil that we put in, and it's not a foundation structure that we're putting, typically know that this type of soil is not a problem for the pipelines. What you're always hearing with that stuff is when you're founding, the foundations that you put in for buildings, structures, roadways, those cause a lot of problems. But it's amazing when you put pipe together like this, in this kind of length, how flexible it actually, when you put a few sticks of it together, it just kind of rolls with the soil. It's
Okay.
not to say that it can't, in a very extreme situation, but the pipe itself, we don't know. Any of the facilities that we build at either end that have buildings around them and stuff, there will be soil sampling, soil testing, geotechnical engineered studies done of those soils, and those foundations engineered to accommodate any of those soil conditions that might be, adverse soil conditions that might occur at those sites.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Moreno.
Thanks for your presentation. What is the lifespan on a pipeline such as the one proposed?
Theoretically, this pipeline should last forever. If you keep up the cathodic protection systems, and the coating that they were talking about putting on the pipe is the first line of defense. If there was if you got that in the ground with not one nick in it, and you coated all the weld joints to where there was no path for moisture or electric current to get to the bare pipe, that's all you would have to put on it, but we know that doesn't happen, so that's what the additional cathodic protection system does. It's protecting the point defects in the coating system. So we keep up on that. We do annual surveys. Is that right, Doug? Annual survey on all the CP system. We're looking into, additional measures on that, possibly continuous monitoring, where it would be actually an alarm would go off at our lookout center that would tell us that we've got a short in the system. We'd go out and troubleshoot it the next day or two. So like I said, theoretically, it should never, it should last forever. Your point earlier, your question earlier, Councilwoman Teeter, as far as what's the most durable material, really steel pipe is your most durable, especially from external forces. Somebody digs into a steel pipe, especially with a half-inch wall, it's going to stand up to being ruptured, damaged more than a plastic piece of pipe. Main reason it's steel is because of the pressure that's in it. You need steel to hold the kind of pressures that these pipes operate at.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions on the board.
May I also amplify on what Rob said just a minute ago? And I want to talk just for a minute about safety and the protocol that we go through to be sure the pipeline is safe when it's constructed. And I may have mentioned this the last time I was before you, but I think Rob very well explained how we select contractors and qualify contractors for a project. But I'm not sure it came through, or if it did, I want to amplify it, that we not only have a contractor build a pipe, we have another contractor inspect the pipe, or we inspect the pipe, and we'll x-ray every single weld on the pipe. So we're sure that it is very safe to begin with. Then, in addition, we do a hydrostatic pressure test at 1.5 times the maximum allowable operating pressure. And then after that, we send what we call the PIG, that electronic device, through the pipeline, every inch of the pipeline, and we can determine if there were any dents, any construction issues, any places where there was any concern for potential corrosion. And in fact, when we inspect that pipeline every year, we can see if there's any corrosion inside or outside the pipe. So we go to extraordinary measures to be sure that all of our pipelines are safe, and I think that bears out from if you look at again, at the safety record that we have over at least the last 10 years or so. With that, I really appreciate your time this evening, and I again want to thank your city manager and deputy city manager for making room for us on this agenda. They were great to do that for us. We appreciate your time, and hopefully we'll look forward to seeing some of you at our open house Wednesday evening. Thank you.
Thank you. I do think our city attorney has a question.
There's just one question that wasn't asked and
Okay.
it's been on my mind. Is there an odor to this gas that's in the pipeline? Did you put some material in the gas that creates an odor at some point?
Yes, the gas is odorized. And let me, if I could, also say that I just forgot to mention, but our legal counsel would like to come up and offer a few closing remarks this evening, if that's okay with you. Thank
Okay.
you. His name is Jim Albright.
All righty. Good evening.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. My name is James Albright. I am a regulatory counsel for Xcel Energy. I've been in-house for 12 years. I've been outside for 4 years. And this project, this Cherokee Pipeline project, will not require any further state approvals per se. The Clean Air, Clean Jobs Act proceeding is all that was required because the whole municipality of Commerce City and the whole pipeline route, basically where it will be located, is within the certificated service territory for gas service for Public Service Company of Colorado. So unlike some projects like repowering projects and other projects that happen, the Public Utilities Commission has already blessed this pipeline with respect to its need. There will be a process, if necessary. The Commission, Public Utilities Commission, does have jurisdiction for local land use appeals, which is under, I believe, Title 29, Article 20, Section 108 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. So there is, if there's any disputes with either Commerce City or other locations that's inconsistent with the public convenience and necessity, the Public Utilities Commission does retain jurisdiction for appeals that the company might elect to bring. Generally, the company does not bring those appeals, but I thought I'd give you that structure in case there was any questions about that. So I'm free to answer any questions you may have.
I don't see any at this time, but I appreciate your input, City Attorney.
The issue has been earlier discussed, but there's been mention of oversight, different federal jurisdictions or state jurisdictions or agencies. Could you comment on that? Because I'm not that familiar with who has oversight on this besides if the city has any.
I would recommend you contact a gentleman by the name of Steve Pott, who is the Chief of Pipeline Safety for the Colorado Public Utilities Commission. He does have inspectors that come out and inspect the actual construction. He also, well, the Public Utilities Commission has the jurisdiction, but it's his staff that of the PUC. His staff oversees the operations, the inspections. They basically audit the company and make sure there's state regulations that basically mirror the federal regulations. And Steve Pott is the main enforcer of those regulations. So we work very closely with him and his staff.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now you had this gentleman. There was one gentleman that wanted to speak in citizens' communications, and it's not, this is a study session item, but we've digressed considerably with questions and answers, and because he was here for citizens' communications, we relaxed the rules somewhat by saying that he could speak during this time on the agenda. So if he has something else he wants to say.
Okay, of course, come forward, sir. Thank you. Thank you for that reminder, City Attorney Gaylor. Good evening. Hi.
Would you like my name again?
Please,
Yeah.
and your address.
Yeah, it's Ken A.G., 10461 Pagosa Street. Just have a couple of questions for you. You said that you went above and beyond the regulations by notifying people beyond 500 feet. Well, I just learned about this yesterday. I understand that something was mailed out. I did not get one of those. So all I knew is 24-inch pipeline. So I looked up on Google, and the results are horrifying examples, things I didn't have to worry about prior. Okay.
City.
Oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to address the person who said that he went above and beyond the regulations. Okay. All right.
Well, I think you made the point.
Okay. All right. So anyway, I'm very concerned. I think a number of my neighbors are concerned as well. The other point I'd like to make is that during the safety presentation, which I appreciate that, I appreciate all the safety concerns. I agree totally with Councilman Benson's comments on this. But you listed a whole number of regulatory agencies that you have to report to. Do you think your company, your industry is overregulated?
Well, could you address the questions to the chair?
Sure.
And then she can address.
Okay. All the concerns about safety and the number of bodies that review these things, I'd like to know if this company thinks that they are overregulated. And following up on that, do they have lobbyists that are trying to lessen the regulations of their industry?
City Attorney Gaylor.
Those are interesting questions, to say the least, but whether they think they're overly regulated or not really is not the issue for the council to concern itself with. What we're concerned with is what regulations there are. Whether they're overregulated or not, we don't care. We want to know what regulations there are, and that's one of the questions I was asking a moment ago, if you heard me, about what are these regulatory bodies that you have, and I will be following up on that. And I think we're not really concerned what their thoughts are on that. We want to make our own decision as to whether or not the regulations are in place. That's the bottom line. And that's where I was headed with that question. So I don't think we really need to delve into what their thoughts are on that.
All right. Well, in that case, I'll just say that I'm a resident that's near that area. I'm very concerned about what's going through there. My initial Google search is the only thing that I've done on this, and I didn't like what I saw. And if this company thinks they've done what they had to do by notifying only those that were within 500 feet of this path, I'm concerned.
Okay, sir.
Good.
I appreciate you coming and your input on this subject. City Attorney Gaylor, I do see Gene Leffel in the back with his hand up. How did you want to handle that? It's not Gene? Oh, I'm sorry, Guillermo. Okay, it's Guillermo, I'm sorry.
Okay, but bear in mind, the reason this gentleman was allowed to speak, because he signed up for citizens communication.
Right.
And we then deferred his presentation till now. Now, we're not here at a public hearing setting. We're not here to have evidence presented. If there's going to be questions asked by members of the audience, they need to be addressed to you as the chair, because we're not here to have the audience start asking the presenters here questions. So my suggestion is, if there's a written question that wants to be asked, we could take a moment, have them write it, and present it to me, and I'll bring it to you, and we'll see what the question is. If it's relevant to giving you information, you, the City Council, information as to what is being presented this evening. If it's not really relevant, then hold it for the public hearing process. Don't present it tonight at an evening where we're trying to gather information from public service company. This is not a public hearing where examination, attacks on credibility, and that kind of thing is at issue. That's not the purpose of tonight. So if anybody in the audience has a question, I think if the chair and the council chooses, you can have them take a moment, present the question to me, and I'll bring it to you. So how do you stand with that?
Council, how do you feel about that? Anyone? Mr. Bullock?
There's the public on Wednesday, if you'd like to do that. Yes, there's a public hearing coming up on Wednesday.
Okay, so there's a couple council members saying there's a public hearing coming up on Wednesday.
Yes,
I'm sorry, not a public hearing, the meeting, right, I understand.
the
It's
open house where
this
these
meeting.
could take place, these questions
Okay.
from the audience.
Council members?
Now, bear in mind also that there will be a public hearing conducted by the
Mr.
city
Cerna,
council.
did you want to write your question down and have it passed up?
Could I just maybe just stipulate that I live within that 500 feet as to where this gentleman maybe doesn't? Because I received a note, okay? And that's why I'm here. As to where he's not sure whether he's within 500 feet. You listen to him, but you're not listening to me.
He did sign up on the
Does he?
citizen communication for this.
He did?
But I didn't know that it was 500 feet.
Okay, Mr. Gaylor, I'm going to
Well,
let you
Okay,
decide
well,
as our
let's-
parliamentarian.
Let's keep, well, we're probably spending more time trying to decide whether you can make the comment than just let's hear the comment and then move on. But bear in mind, he did sign up for citizen communication, is that correct?
This gentleman here did, yes.
No,
Guillermo, no. I think it was because he didn't understand at this time
Okay.
that he might have this question.
Well,
Is that correct, Mr.
Let's hear the
Cerna?
comment and then go on.
Guillermo?
Guillermo Cerno, 14122 East 102nd Place, Commerce City, Colorado. And I just received the note 3 days after Mr. Benson stipulated that we hadn't gotten the information. Now, what I'm concerned about and what you should be listening to and maybe asking questions is hazard. The possibility of Interstate 70 being a hazardous tour for hazardous material coming through Denver is the possibility of 76 being that highway, international highway. Now, I'm not worried about the gas leaking out, but I am worried about vibration because of what they mentioned. The area that we're concerned about is that bentonite. The northern part is full of it. Now, if you could put that map back up there.
Well,
Look, hold on a second. Now, what I'm worried about is explosions from the refinery that could affect that pipe. Explosions that would affect Alsop, Adams City, DuPont, Monaco, and then 3 or 4 up on 104th. And this would be almost on every one of yours, the people that you represent. Now, they talked about the safety of the community that they serve. When you look at where it's coming through, on the, let's say, the northern part, coming down 104th, to 104th, all of that, there's no schools there. And I understand that we're in the population. But there's another avenue on 85. It might be more expensive, but there's a lot less schools. And all those schools are in our Commerce City. So those are the things that you have to start looking at. Now, when they say time.
I'm going to interrupt.
Okay, I'll take it.
This is for a public hearing, and I emphasize tonight is a study session item. The public hearing will be held, and this kind of evidence that Guillermo is submitting is the very type of testimony that should be presented at the public hearing, not at a study session item when it's for the purpose of hearing what public service has to say.
Just the question, and I totally respect what he's saying. But the thing of it is if we don't say it tonight, we may not remember. You know, I don't have 20 people behind me. I only got what I got in my head and what I heard tonight. That's the fairness of hearings. So please keep that in mind. And I'll say the same thing again. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate what the lawyer's trying to do with you guys and with me also. But be fair to the community and the children that may be affected by this.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Guillermo.
May I just say something since this has been going on? We want to thank the gentlemen for their comments tonight, and quite frankly, we'd like to have them come to our open house this week. We'll have people on hand that can answer their questions, and we need to hear from them. These are the type people, and these are the type issues that we need to hear from and hear about. So, and then finally, there will be times when there will be public hearings. We have not even applied yet. We're going to apply for the application probably in September, the conditional use permit, and after that, we'll continue to have public meetings and capped by a public hearing here at your council. So thank you again for your time this evening. Thanks to all my colleagues from Xcel Energy for being here tonight.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you. Councilman Benson, did you have anything else? You're on the board.
No, I'll take myself off.
Okay. All right. Thank you again for being here. We appreciate your presentation. Okay. We are going to have the long-range financial plan strategic update. I will now ask City Manager Jerry Flannery to introduce staff to please come forward to begin that presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. I'd like to ask Roger Tinklenberg to come up.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and Council. In your packet was a council communication which provided a summary of the retreat on June 13. Here to answer any questions regarding that summary. I'm kind of going on the assumption you read it, but I can quickly summarize if you would like me to. The priorities that were agreed to, or at least that we heard agreement to, were priority for existing capital funding is to go to, the transportation funds would go to Tower Road and 96th Avenue, and the open space parks trails funds would go to trail type of projects. There was also a consensus to continue using lottery and open space pass-through revenues for capital maintenance and repair projects for open space parks and trails type of projects. And then we turn to the keypad polling. The keypad polling basically clarified a number of issues, such as moving vulnerable revenues out of the general fund, and also for staff to bring back a proposal regarding refuse collection fee and stormwater utility fee, and then also to explore certain increases such as court fines, and also bring back a proposal regarding sales tax increase. There's going to need to be follow-up conversation, particularly like sales tax increase. You know, what percentage are you thinking? Timing-wise, you know, you talked about aiming it towards both parks and public improvement, public works type of projects. But again, you know, timing, percentage, all of those type of issues we need to discuss. The keypad polling was basically we took a weighted average of the 3 votes that happened on a lot of those, and so what you see in parentheses are the weighted average votes. Yes.
Can we please take the discussion in the back of the room to the lobby?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem or whoever's in charge, can we ask for a 5-minute break?
Everybody's got it. Why did Jason know? Who was talking to him? Oh. It's going to be a short night tonight at home. I know. See, what we used to do was we had $6.50 a piece for every council, you know, for a month. And they couldn't afford to buy anything but these pitiful sandwiches or a pizza. And people were just not even eating them, and they would be thrown away. So what we decided to do was to double that at $13 a piece and have them twice a month. And that's why we had the good food. So on these other nights, sometimes I'll stop and get, you know, a dozen tacos or something. They wanted to call a 5-minute break.
Oh, okay. You know, I kind of miss food on the off nights, though.
I know. I didn't have time to stop by and get stuff. I usually do.
Oh, you did? Yeah.
Oh, was it Jean doing it? Jean? Oh, okay. I didn't know who they were talking to.
We're on 5-minute break?
We have like 2 minutes left. I think it's going to be close to probably midnight, at least 11:30. I'm not even going to do a report, but some of them will.
Was he done with the long-range financial plan?
No, he just started it. I'm going to ask Roger how long he thinks it's going to be. Hey, Roger, can you come here? Now, I know you're going to say it depends on us.
Mr. Tinklenberg, continue. The rest of the council will file in when they get back.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, I was about to wrap up. There are items that we will be bringing to you prior to November, and then there's other items that will take additional time, both for research and basically deciding what you want to bring to the voters.
Okay.
So, part of this is just a conversation tonight. This was meant as an update to you and to stimulate discussion if you were inclined to discuss those items.
Okay.
And I would defer to City Manager Flannery for anything further.
I don't have anyone on the board. City Manager Flannery, do you have anything to add?
Did we want to get into their presentation? Ms. Ron Cordero? I'd like to ask Ms. Rhyme Cordero to come up.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Cordero.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. So I apologize. I couldn't get you a copy of this presentation. We put it together a little bit quickly, but I'll email you a copy after tonight. Yeah, I did. Excuse me one sec.
What was that about?
So very carefully, we named this presentation Process for Considering Sales Tax and Bond Issues. As you remember, over a period of time now, we've been presenting to you about the long-range financial plan, and essentially we've covered what are the needs that Commerce City and the wants that Commerce City has over the next 10 years plus. You looked at a meeting 2 weeks ago, I think on June 6th, at an exhaustive list of projects and actually prioritized those projects to which ones council considered were the main priorities that needed to be funded someday. Then you look at what are the conventional and outside of the box ways of funding those projects. And you were given, again, an exhaustive list of ideas, and you gave us some feedback as to which ones ranked higher and more doable to you, and which ones you essentially didn't want to touch. So the question then becomes, keeping within that direction of which projects should be prioritized and what ideas for funding those you're willing to look at, then what should be the right strategies, goals, and objectives? And so in terms of broad strategies, we think, I guess council is looking at addressing Commerce City's future infrastructure. And when I say infrastructure there, we mean public works infrastructure, and we certainly mean parks and recreation, economic development, public safety, and also cultural challenges in the future. You want to create a community engagement and ownership in this project, right? You want to make sure that all the citizens are involved. You want to make sure that this is not a rubber stamp scenario, not for you, and also not a rubber stamp scenario for the citizens when it gets to the ballot. And then you want to build a foundation that will eventually become a successful campaign. So and it's well known out there. Anyone who's ever worked in a campaign will tell you no one votes against their own idea. And so if council, if staff working together can build that engagement from the community, or can help the community engage and get buy-in to these ideas, and to the point where they consider it their own idea, then they're more likely to agree with it. So in essence, our recommendation is it would be good for council to identify what are quote-unquote low-hanging fruit, although I didn't quote it there, and things that could be put on the ballot this year that can be easily understood and easily addressed, but then also identify out of those priorities and those ideas, what are the larger issues, and give staff the direction to move forward with an initiative to begin generating that engagement and that input. And that's something that's been done before. It's been done in our backyard. And I think one great example is the Better Denver campaign. And so I'm just going to go through very briefly some of the highlights of the campaign for you. This campaign, the work that went on behind the scenes to put on the campaign went on from 2004 to 2006, and the actual ballot measures went on the November 2007 ballot. They ended up being 9 separate ballot measures, and they all passed. Everyone who was involved in that campaign agrees that the reason why they all passed was because there was broad, significant community engagement. The ballot measures all were directed towards paying for the improvements which are being seen today around Denver, and those are still going on even though we're currently in a downturn economy. Also, folks who worked in the campaign, they all agree that the reason why it passed was because it became a value proposition. Denver citizens wanted to know what was in it for them. And so the engagement process explained very, very well what was in it for each citizen, and then also the campaign process explained what was in it for them. To continue, there was an infrastructure task force that was created, and it was created as an advisory group. And I underline advisory group very carefully because all they did was engage the community and at the end make a recommendation, which the Denver City Council acted on. And we proposed that if this is the direction that council would like to go, that the ultimate decision making happens within this body. And it was led by city staff. They kept the initiative under, the city staff made sure that the initiative was kept under control and it was kept manageable, that each working committee within, remained within parameters. And what they did in Denver is that there were at least nine working committees. I guess here in Commerce City it would be a little bit simpler since we have only about 4 or 5 main areas. But so the staff made sure that the committees were working together, and also that through decision points along the way, they decided whether to continue forth down one path or if they needed to change directions. City Council was always kept up to speed on what was happening within the committees. Then 3 more bullets in terms of Denver, the Better Denver campaign. Once recommendations were ready, were made and brought to City Council to study, then the City Council made any necessary changes, and they did make a lot of changes to the original recommendations, and then they made the final decision to put it on the ballot. Once on the ballot, the campaign began, and the strategy behind the campaign at the time was to make sure that every citizen viewed the 9 measures as a team of measures to fix the broken infrastructure in Denver. And so it was critical that everyone perceived them as all needed to pass together, not one separate. And then, as I said before, those advisory committee structures then easily transformed into the campaign team that led the charge to pass those measures. So in summary, it would be good for staff to know if you'd like to proceed with a more thorough and carefully thought out approach, and if so, we'd like to work with you to identify what are those low-hanging fruit and then also specifically what are the larger issues, and get specific direction from you on moving forward to generate that community engagement. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Councilman Benson.
Yeah, thanks for that presentation, Ms. For the Denver measures, who financed the proponents' side of the advertising?
Brittany Morris will take that question.
Brittany Morris financed? No.
Yes. No. Brittany
Wow.
Morris, Economic Development Director. It was privately financed, but the majority of the contributors were actually some of the organizations or nonprofits who would benefit from the bond election, but it was privately financed.
When was the last time that we had anybody really, in this city, that we had anybody finance the proponent's side of a ballot issue? Because it's generally the people that are against it. Because the city, we can't spend any money financing it.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Benson, it's been my experience in other jurisdictions that what happens is you create that groundswell of interest through whether it's these community stakeholder groups, and they, as part of the discussion leading up to deciding to put it on a ballot, they end up typically getting to a point where they say, yes, go to council, thumbs up, let's put it on the ballot. Many, many times out of that process, you have a number of those groups or individuals decide to form a political action committee that can make those expenditures and actually form a group to run and raise money and actually run a program. You're right, the city can't, and we won't, according to the law, get involved with the actual campaigning of that. We would probably go out with a factual interest panel or interest information, probably to every group that we can find, Rotary, neighborhood associations, letting them know what the facts are of what these things will do if they are approved. And that way we would give information to the public, but we wouldn't be campaigning. That would be left to another group to do that. And I think that's how Denver did theirs, is basically, as they went through the process, numerous groups found interest, took interest, started funding it, and then they formed their own PAC.
So I know you've always got somebody opposing the thing. They don't seem to have any problem raising money. It's the proponents that generally have a hard time. And how much time?
In my experience, that's indicative of not taking the time to actually build up that grassroots to get that information out. So by doing it too quickly, and I think Mr. Cordero has actually outlined it very well here, is there may be, and we mentioned it in the retreat when we discussed it, there may be issues that are very easy to comprehend. There may be minor charter amendments that you all want to do that's very easy for, not innate, but easy enough to understand where people will vote for it. There may be certain types of taxes, sin taxes typically, that might fall into a category where people say, yes, let's vote for that. Those are pretty, I won't say simple, but they're simpler than a more complicated capital program where you're actually looking at discussion of funding major projects and how that is done. To say, here, we want to do a tax to do this, that's a lot more thorough process that takes a lot more time. So there are two branches of that tree.
How close are we to the deadline?
We have an actual slide for that. Do you want to throw that up there, Laura? I'm sorry, Ms. Bauer.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Do you want to go through that? Ms. Bauer, do you want to go through that? Thanks.
City Council will be receiving a resolution here soon to approve an intergovernmental agreement to coordinate with the county to conduct our regular municipal. One moment. City Council will be receiving a resolution for their approval that will approve an intergovernmental agreement to allow us to participate in a coordinated election this November 1st. The last day to certify our ballot content to the county clerk and recorder, as you can see on the screen up in front of you, is September 2nd. That's the drop dead date of which I have to deliver it both electronically and in paper copy to the Adams County Elections Department. So any ballot content needs to, now also keep in mind that nomination petitions, the last day to file those is August 22nd. So there's a very, very, very small window of time after you submit your after the nomination petitions are submitted, we have to go through and draw by lot the placement on the ballot. So we won't know that until after August 29th. But no later than September 2nd is when the ballot content has to be established, has to be provided to the Adams County Clerk and Recorder.
So Ms. has asked us to, can you go back to that last slide? To let the staff know if we want to proceed with a more thorough and carefully thought-out approach. And I would, what do we need to do right now, Mr. Gaylor? Should I make a motion to do that so that we can put this in the staff's hands to come up with the measures, some ideas for measures, maybe minor amendments to the charter, whatever taxes or anything else that the staff might think that we want to put on the ballot? Because we do need to get going on this. I mean, I know it's September 2nd. That's just about 2 months from now. But
Madam Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Benson and members of council, I think that's part of the direction. I think we can take that direction. I think in some ways, through the retreat that we had on June 13th, there were a number of items identified. Some of them may be not so low-hanging. Some of them may be a little bit more time-consuming to actually proceed. As you see, September 2nd is really only about 2 months away. So really mounting any kind of citizen involvement would be very difficult. So I think in my assessment, the low-hanging fruit type issues are the ones that you want to look at if you want to give staff direction. But I think I would also recommend that you direct staff on the longer term fruit, if you will, to look at a longer term, maybe next year. And because we're not as big as Denver, I think, a year time frame is probably sufficient to actually build that discussion and build that groundswell of interest on bigger issues. So I think direction from council is probably, and what specific direction we may want to do. You can choose to do that tonight, or if you want to individually feedback, and we can come back with the council's recommendations.
well, I would move that we do what you just suggested.
Okay.
Okay, Councilman McEldowney?
I thought I was going to camp here all night. I think, first, compliments to Mr. Cordero for pulling this together. I think this is what we were lacking sort of to help kind of culminate the discussion at the retreat. We have a lot to solve for, and you can't solve for it all at the same time. Right. There's an amount that is reasonable, as you suggested, that could be reasonably pursued this fall. I think what would be helpful before we move to a motion is to say, yes, I think in spirit, this is where council wants to go and explore, and have staff come back with what I would sort of term as a roadmap that says, of the things that we've discussed so far, this short list of items we think has merit for consideration this November. They require minimal education, they're sort of the common sense items, and then show a list of what might be longer term items that would be maybe 2012 targets and beyond. So to me, we're not going to solve everything this fall or next fall, but how do we take sort of the gap and the need that we've identified and stretch those or lay those out over the next 3 years, just for discussion's sake, to say, here's how this progression of efforts might look, and then we can determine from those, do we want to have staff proceed with that short list for this November, and then start the necessary work in the background. Once things are set up and established for November, what efforts does the staff then need to undertake to do sort of this Denver model on maybe a 2012, 2013 progression of efforts to align those? That's sort of my read on kind of where we go, and just throwing comments out there for discussion's sake.
And I would have to agree with you, Councilman McEldowney. That sounds like the right approach to take in my mind. Councilman Bullock?
I understand exactly where Mr. McAdowney is coming from, but sometimes I think that going too slow is just as bad as going too fast, that you lose momentum or you get sidetracked. And knowing that in the future, with all the projects that we need to fund, it's something that we've already talked about. One of the items that was on the list is sales tax. To add a half a penny or a penny on something and split the proceeds from that in different departments down the road, where we're starting to build up a nest egg. Because, I mean, we're talking about low-hanging fruit. This isn't necessarily no low-hanging fruit, but it isn't the fruit that's out of reach. And even if it doesn't work now, when you think, and Mr. Benson asked, what was the last time something that actually had proponents behind it? It was the Kids First with the high school. And what they did is they went out and they had a grassroots effort that said that as kids, we're the ones that are going to be responsible for going to this school. All you do as parents have to do is pay for it. And they had an effort that had an overwhelming successful election. Before that, it was the election that they were talking about for the growth issue back in the 70s. So, I mean, it's not hard to put them together and push forward, but you have to get a coalition of people that actually know it's going to benefit the city and it isn't going to hurt them. And these are things I think that are going to benefit the city. We know we need to do roads. We know we need more parks and recreation money. And we know it isn't going to get to us by just sitting there talking about it and saying, okay, if it's not this year, let's do it next year. Well, if we can form a plan for next year, why can't we form a plan for this year right now?
Well, do you think, Councilman Bullock, that maybe we should sit down and have a discussion about that instead of just kind of going off tonight to try to make a decision about what we might do? Shouldn't we sit down and throw some ideas out there as to what we might want to do?
Well, see, that's what's fun. That's what's funny about this. We've talked about this. We've gone and we've pressed keypads. We've done all these little things, and now it seems like we're going to do the same thing again. How much talk does it need? When do we make a decision? When do we put a shovel in some dirt and actually say as a council, let's make a decision on going forward with something? We have a list here that we talked about at a retreat. Let's narrow the list down and do something about it instead of just going and starting a new list. And that's what it sounds like everybody wants to do.
I wasn't suggesting that, sir. Councilman Benson?
Well, and I'm certainly not suggesting that we make the decision tonight about exactly what's going to go on the ballot. I think what Mr. Flannery was suggesting is that we put it in the hands of the staff, let the staff come back to us and say, here's some things that you should think about to put on the ballot, and then we'll think about them and take a vote on that, and we'll put them on the ballot. But we don't need to engage, as Mr. Bullock has said, any further in what I would call the paralysis of analysis. We've been down this road several times. It's time to get something done. We got 2 months, and that 2 months can go very quickly. Nobody's asking that we take a vote tonight. My motion is just to assign this to the staff so that they can come back to us and give us some ideas based on what we've told you that we want to do. Give us some ideas about what you think would fly this fall so that we can get them on the ballot. That's my motion. Is there a second to my motion?
Yeah, I would agree. I think that the thing to do is, not to make a decision this evening, but we have the information about what our priorities are. I just think we need to figure out what we want to move forward with pretty quickly, if that be the direction of the council. Councilman Moreno.
I guess I can't advocate enough for not putting the cart before the horse. There are so many things that are going to need to happen before we go to an election. We have 2 school districts that are severely underfunded. We need to talk to them and figure out when they're going to the ballot with their proposals. We don't want to be fighting with our own school districts, fighting over the education of kids in the community. Yes, we both have our projects, and yes, they're both important, but we need to make sure that that dialogue happens before any of this even occurs. I think I agree with staff. There is some low-hanging fruit that we can look out for this year's election, but there's so much more work that needs to be done in terms of strategizing for a ballot proposal. We need staff to look at data that suggests, do tax proposals typically pass in municipal elections? Do they have a greater chance of passing in municipal elections, or do they have a greater chance of passing in general elections when there's other races on the ballot? These are all things that we need to look at. And it's so important that we have a ground game, a network in place before we even consider putting something to a ballot. So,
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we recognize the time is short. So we've already put on for July 11th an update on this issue. So we would be coming back to you on July 11th with some of the information that Councilman Moreno mentioned.
I'm glad to hear that. I think in addition to those concerns that Councilman Moreno brought up, we have to ask ourselves, is now the right time in general? I mean, things are pretty rough out there for everyone right now. So we really need to be cognizant of that and make sure before we go put anything on the ballot that we're really crystal clear about where the needs are, where everything is at, school districts be considered. Lots of things need to go into this decision. So I agree that we shouldn't rush into it, and I think that's what I was trying to say a little earlier. Councilman McEldowney?
Mr. Moreno did a great job of speaking to the points that I was going to raise. I think, I'm all about the sense of urgency, and there are items that we have on our list here that I raised when I sat down in my first budget retreat 4 years ago that weren't palatable then, when the economy was in a very different place. And now they're real needs, or, it's not a question of $500,000, it's a question of close to $2 million. So I'm all about making sure that we don't just sit on this and have it be a perpetual discussion. But Mr. Moreno was spot on. The things that are worth doing and these things that are going to be substantial asks and also substantial wins should we accomplish them deserve the appropriate work up front to make sure that we're successful. Dominic gave the reference to the 2 school districts. School District 27J has been trying for 10 years to raise a mill levy. They have failed for 10 years. They're going to go at it again this fall. And one of the problems that they've had, and though I'm a huge supporter of getting it done, they have hurried into this each year. And they decide at the 11th hour to put something on the ballot, and they don't have that ground game that Mr. Moreno referenced in place. They don't have the nexus of community support and buy-in that Mr. Cordero referenced. And so the very things that allowed the measure to win in District 14 in 2007 with the kids, those conditions have to be developed, and we have to develop the storylines and the message that makes that absolutely crystal clear to the community. And so, again, I think there are certainly things that we can proceed with this fall that are winnable and that matter, and they will have an impact. I think there are others that we have to pursue and we have to be relentless about aligning to make them happen, but we should not waste the energy to try and force them this fall when they're highly likely to fail. If we put a little bit more effort into them and allow the conditions to, I shouldn't say allow, I should make a more clear statement there. I think create the conditions and help nurture the conditions that will enable those measures to pass in a subsequent election. To me, that's where we as a council have to plan, again, out over a several-year period to say, here is our plan for this year, here is our plan for next year, here is our plan for the year after. How does this align with the priorities that we've come out of our retreats with? How do we message that, give it the old what's in it for me to the community? And from there, we have a platform that we as a council can be, I think, confident in. So that's my 2 cents. I would suggest that with the motion from Mr. Benson, we ask staff to proceed.
Except for I have some more people that want to speak, so let them have their time. Councilman Diaz.
And I actually pushed my button right before I heard Councilman Moreno and Councilman McEldowney basically speak. So basically I feel the same way as they do. There's a whole lot of factors that go into this, and based on the fact that I pretty much share the same feelings that they do. And City Manager Flannery actually answered my question in terms of if we did have staff look into this, when will our next discussion be on this? And he did answer that that was going to be July 11th. So for that, like I said, I pushed my button much earlier, but that's pretty much where I stand.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Bullock?
Staff, when you do your research on this, please take into account that next year RTD wants to put their measure on the ballot for the tax hike. And if something's going to be pliable or palatable to the citizens, how much can they swallow? And that's just what I'm going to say. We have all this pros and cons over here, and everybody's looking at the present, and I think we need to go out and look at the future. So in the investigative report you do, look at the future and check into the whole region for next year, what's going to be put on the ballot, and if we're going to have to wait another 2 years after that to push forward on any idea for any fundraising in this city.
Actually, it sounds like we're all on the same page, basically, now that we've gone down the row and all said pretty much the same thing. I think we're all on the same page. Councilman Benson, did you have anything to add to that?
Yes, Mr. Flannery, is our staff, the best staff in the state of Colorado,
Hands down.
capable of putting together a presentation July the 11th or the 18th or whatever, upon which this council can make an informed decision about what we might want to put on the ballot this fall?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Carson.
Well, twice I hit my count. You can cancel that request to speak. Yeah, did you see that?
Oh, I did, but at this point,
okay.
it was too exhausting.
And I have to say
push
that
it.
I am hearing Councilman Bullock and agreeing with him, is that you become a little frustrated with just continue talking. When I got on this council, these were the projects that needed to be done. Then I was told those were the projects that needed to be done 3 years before I was on council. The citizens in the north are complaining that they don't have things. I think they want to see a council who works forward to get things done. I'm not saying that you just fly out there and put anything on the ballot, because I agree with you, Mr. McEldowney, it will not pass if it's not a good campaign. And citizens need to understand what it is that they're voting on. But I also believe by some of the citizens that I speak to, that the wants are so great, you know. You can't keep talking without action. That's why we don't have a senior center. It's why we don't have a North Rec Center. It's why we don't have the Boys and Girls Club. We don't have these entities. It's time to, as Mr. Bullock said, start moving some of this forward. And I do believe that our staff is qualified enough to bring us an excellent program that we can look at. And it's getting late, so I'll be quiet.
Councilman Moreno.
Just as part of that July 11th discussion, which is a discussion I'm certainly looking forward to, if we could include, we received a letter from the Planning Commission for Council to entertain a proposal of a charter amendment change on boards and commissions to look at either removing council members or making them ex officio advisory members of those commissions, but not voting members. So I would just ask that staff also have that prepared, and we can have that discussion then as well.
Okay, so City Manager Flannery, I think you have some direction. Do you need anything else from us?
Thank
I
you
would
very
like
much.
to also say that Mr. Cordero did a great job as always. We're very fortunate to have you, sir. Okay, I will now entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Now, you did have a motion on the floor, and it was seconded.
Oh, okay.
But are you satisfied with the consensus, or do you want to proceed with the motion?
I was satisfied with the consensus, but if you guys want to do a formal motion, I'll certainly do that as well. Okay? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Please move forward, City Manager Flannery. Now we will go into I need a motion to go into executive session. Councilman McEldowney, you can read it from your agenda, please, sir.
Move to enter an executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, paragraph 4B, for the purpose of receiving legal advice regarding the placement of a gas line by Xcel Energy.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Teeter?
Second the motion?
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to go into executive session. May I have a voice vote, please? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, we will break to go into executive session. It looks like we're talking about 10 minutes, and we'll reconvene. Thank you. Okay, we're back in session. Where's my paperwork? What happened to it? It was right here. Did you take it back over? Oh, I caught it right here. Okay, well, let's go back to the regular meeting. Does anyone have any administrative council business? Mr. Benson?
We don't have an alternate for E470, do we? I thought Tony might have been the alternate, but he's gone. Do we have an alternate? He was at one time. Because I'm going to miss my first E470 meeting on July 14th. And I would like to ask that, what's your name? No, Ms. Carson be appointed as, I just did that as a joke.
Do we need to check and see who the alternate listed is right now?
What were you? Weren't you an alternate? Dr. Cog was.
Yeah, I'm not on A470.
I don't think we did then, because
We'll have to,
Tony.
Was it?
As I recall, Mr. Johnson only had one committee assignment, and
I thought
don't
Paul
believe it
was the alternate.
E470. I think you're right, Miss.
I think it was
Ms.
the
Snyder.
mayor. It was Mayor Natal is the alternate, so we would need to have that discussion when he's present,
Okay.
see if he's willing to give that up or not, which I'm guessing he may not want to, but we can ask.
Well, the point is, I'm not going to be able to make it to the July 14th meeting, and I want somebody from this city to be there.
Okay,
because
I'll check with Mayor Natal and make sure he'll
I
be
have
there.
not missed a meeting since I've been the member, so.
Okay, thanks for bringing that up. Did you have anything else?
No.
No? Yes? Anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any administrative business? City attorney, city manager, anybody? No? Okay, report. City attorney.
Excuse me really quick.
Uh-huh.
I just pulled up what I believe is the most current version of the assignments to council.
Okay.
And I do show Mr. Benson and Mr. Johnson as the alternate.
Really?
You know, that's what I thought, because the mayor said that he would absolutely not be the alternate if I was the member.
Really?
I mean,
Okay.
really. I mean, to suggest that the mayor is the alternate to E470 is ridiculous. I mean, he threw the whole staff and
Okay, well, let's not
of
go.
E470 under the bus.
Let's not go throwing the
2
mayor
weeks
under the
ago.
bus. Okay, so
Mr.
if it's
Johnson was
Tony,
the alternate.
if it was Mr. Johnson, then The council, who would the council like to appoint as the alternate?
I wouldn't mind being an alternate, but on the 14th, I will be in Las Vegas. And that's why I already told Mr. Benson, because he asked me when I was up in Vail if I could make a meeting for him, and I can't make that meeting. But I wouldn't mind being the alternate on E470 if nobody else wants to do it, because
Does anybody want to do it? Councilman Moreno.
I was looking at Ms. Carson.
Ms. Carson, are you, I mean, are you available to do E470? Yes. Okay. Councilman
An
Moreno.
alternate? Because if you don't, I do. But if you do it.
Okay, guys, what do you guys want to do?
Well, we can always,
I believe, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I believe there's a procedure that E470 is going to want a letter.
Yes, there you are.
And this is our alternate. So that's, I just want to make sure that we know that before we go anywhere.
Councilman Moreno.
I would make a motion that we replace former Councilman Johnson with Councilwoman Carson as an alternate to the E470 board. Thank you for the clarification, Ms. Bauer. I'm glad I didn't put money on that earlier.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to appoint Councilwoman Carson as the new alternate to E470. Can you make the July 14th meeting, Ms. Carson? Yes, she can. All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, congratulations, JD.
And as Mr. Flannery said, we need to get out a letter.
Okay.
We'll put a letter together for the mayor's signature or Mayor Pro Tem signature.
Great.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. City Attorney, report. City Manager.
Very quickly.
Okay.
Wanted to mention that Julie Jacoby has just started with economic development as an ED specialist. She has a 10-year career.
Great.
Much of it is in retail. She's been involved with a lot of regional items, one of which is the Orchards up on I-25. So very glad to have her. She started today. Last week, I know that a lot of comments are going to be made tonight about the CML conference up north. I want to tell you that I came back with many, many meetings from there because you get to meet people you don't get to run into very often, and you set up other meetings to follow up. So I've got meetings with the governor's staff, the mayor-elect staff, to talk about a lot of issues that are important to us. So very, very fruitful discussions.
Great. Glad to hear that. Councilman Moreno.
I do have a report, but for the sake of the late hour, no report.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Benson.
I have the same thing to say that Mr. Marino just said.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Carson.
Same.
Mr. Bullock. Councilman Bullock.
Council put on their calendars July 18th, Mr. Hancock gets sworn in as mayor, and anybody could make it down there from our city. I think we'd like to have a good showing from Commerce City for that one.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
No report.
Councilman McEldowney.
I will echo Mr. Moreno's report.
Councilman Diaz.
No report.
Councilwoman Teeter.
No report.
No report. If there be no further business to come before this council, have a lovely evening or morning, whatever it is. Adjourned.